Chapter 983. A loud explosion resounded over the sky. Everyone in the city could sense that the entire city seemed to be trembling. The ground shook and a couple of people's bodies became unstable because of it. A frightening energy aura covered the entire place. A powerful pressure also descended on everyone's heads at this moment. Such a powerful strength was really difficult to imagine. At this moment, there was actually such a large gap between the cultivations of the two people who were clashing. The entire place became quiet the moment the large golden seal collided with the finger in the sky. Soon after, a frightening energy storm that seemed to be able to destroy the world swept wildly in all directions from the middle of the collision between the two. The dense white flame carried a turbulent Do-Chi energy. The invisible space collapsed wherever it passed. The expressions of all the spectators in the arena changed drastically at this moment. Their bodies hurriedly pulled back. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the buildings in the city were completely destroyed by this frightening energy storm. Other than some of the stronger elite Do-Di, who were able to barely block the attacks, the rest of the Bandi crowd were also seriously injured. The dense white flame emitted a dazzling white light that covered the entire city. At this moment, everyone's sight was covered. Numerous gazes still involuntarily looked at the middle of the white light. Other than a white light that one could not directly look at, there was an extremely frightening, destructive aura at that spot. Everyone present felt shocked in their hearts. It was really difficult to imagine that a 7-star Do-Di was able to be completely fearless in front of 9-star Do-Di and even suppress the latter. If it was any other time, it was likely that they would not choose to believe such a scene. However, when all of this had truly appeared in front of their eyes, they were unwilling to believe it and had no choice but to do so. Today, Xiao Yan had used his actions to tell them that any rule could be broken under the precondition of possessing absolute strength. One's cultivation might not be able to decide everything. The two powerful Do skills collided with each other and did not give way to each other. An earth-shaking buzzing sound repeatedly resounded over the sky. However, this stalemate merely lasted for a short 10+ seconds. Crack! Suddenly, a clear cracking sound resounded in the sky. Numerous gazes looked over, and all of their eyes were filled with doubt. They were also very curious as to where this cracking sound had come from. Was it the giant seal or the giant finger? At this moment, on the ground below, at the bottom of the huge pit, Palace Master Su's face was filled with shock. Other people might not know, but his heart was very clear. The big Buddha picture seal was connected to him. Any change in the Do technique was within his perception. At this moment, the place where the shattering sound came from was his big Buddha picture seal. The great Buddha seal and the desolate finger seemed to be on par, but in the end, the desolate finger was still much stronger than the former. This was not only because the Do technique's level was higher, but also because of Xiao Yan himself. The latter's fighting strength was comparable to an intermediate 9-star Do-Di, while Palace Master Su was merely an initial 9-star Do-Di. In comparison, Palace Master Su was far from being a match for Xiao Yan in every aspect. His defeat was something that was expected. How is this possible? My big Buddha picture seal. How can it be defeated by a little brat's Do technique? How is this possible? Palace Master Su's expression had turned pale as the Do technique was about to shatter. However, before he could do anything, bang! In the next instant, one could hear a sudden, shattering sound. The big Buddha picture seal that Palace Master Su had unleashed was completely shattered at this moment. The collision of the two Do techniques lasted for less than a minute from the beginning to the end. The suppression of absolute strength caused Xiao Yan's indifferent expression to not have the slightest change from the beginning until the end. An ordinary 9-star Do-Di no longer posed any threat to the current him, after which the desolate finger carried the remaining great strength as it violently fell toward Palace Master Su without any reduction in its strength. A turbulent heat wave swept apart. The hot temperature grilled the invisible air. The fire wave swept over one wave after another. The dazzling white light that had originally filled the sky suddenly scattered. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed drastically as they frantically withdrew, afraid that they would be affected by this storm. At this moment, Palace Master Su's pale face did not have the slightest trace of redness. His pair of eyes appeared completely empty. Under this kind of incomparable fear, his spirit had already shrunk. Even if Xiao Yan were to pull back at this moment, it was likely that he would still die from fear. Bang! As expected, an earth-shaking explosion resounded over the sky. The entire city began to shake intensely at this moment. Everyone in the city flew into the sky with terrified faces, hiding far away from this world-shaking disaster. It was very difficult to imagine that such a frightening strength was actually something that a 7-star Do-D could do. A long while later, the storm scattered. All that was left in the city below was an enormous pit that was like an abyss. All the surrounding buildings had been mercilessly swallowed. In the sky, those people who had not been affected by the remnant waves of this Do skill were currently watching this scene in front of them with pale faces. Their eyes were filled with an expression of deep disbelief. In the sky, Xiao Yan was expressionless. After being pestered time and time again, he no longer had any pity for these people. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan's toes gently pressed against the empty air. His body moved, intending to sweep past the city and continue moving forward. Just as Xiao Yan's body was about to sweep past the huge ancient castle, his body slowly came to a stop. He withdrew his gaze, and it landed on the ancient castle. His eyes were ice cold. With a flip of his hand, the huge heavy Xian ruler landed in his hand. His other hand gently swept across the body of the heavy ruler. With a bang, a thick white flame rose and wrapped around the entire huge ruler. Flame swallowing tsunami. With a low cry from his mouth, he waved the huge ruler in his hand, following which a thick white ruler light shot out with a chi sound. It tore through the empty space and expanded with the wind. Finally, with an aura that could destroy the world, it ruthlessly landed on the ancient castle below. Following which, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the city, the ancient castle where the Northern Wasteland Hall's Southern Hall was located collapsed and turned into ruins. This time, the Northern Wasteland Hall's Southern Hall was completely destroyed. The destruction of the Southern Hall was a shocking matter for the Northern Wasteland Hall. It was believed that not long later, Xiao Yan's name would spread to the Northern Wasteland Hall. At that time, the originally calm northern region would be stirred up by a storm. Chapter 984. In a vast and spacious sky, the blue sky spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. The searing hot sunlight descended from the sky, appearing as though it was about to forcefully melt a person. The desolate desert below reflected a reddish-yellow color, causing it to appear deathly still. A boiling hot wind blew through the air. It was just like a red-hot blade that swept through the sky. It easily shattered the corpses of some of the enormous magical beasts within the desert, turning them into yellow sand that was drowned by the strong wind. It was likely that this harsh environment could only be described with the word bleak. The Red Lotus Desert was the largest desert within the Northern Wasteland. At the same time, it was also the most barren place in the entire Northern Wasteland. Although the ground in this place was not like yellow sand, it was also a barren land. The rock fragments all over the ground carried a searing high temperature, causing one to have difficulty walking. At the same time, it also scalded one's feet. It was precisely because of this that this Red Lotus Desert had another name, the Barefoot Desert. The extremely hot environment was not suitable for living creatures to exist. However, at this moment, a small group of people was slowly walking forward in this endless desert. Perspiration repeatedly fell from the foreheads of these people. However, before the beads of perspiration could land on the ground, they had already evaporated in this searing hot air. Most of these people were ordinary. However, there were a couple of middle-aged men who were wearing embroidered robes. Their auras were thick and they were not affected by this natural environment. These few people were all Elite 9, Star Do-D. As for the others, even an ordinary Elite Do-D, Their faces were similarly ugly in this kind of strange environment. The environment of this northern wasteland was not the least bit better than the western wasteland. Even an elite Dodi would be affected by the environment in this desert. After all, this was the strength of the world. Even someone as strong as an elite Dodi was unable to ignore it. However, there was one person among these people who was not affected by the harsh environment of this desert. A sloppy old man with ragged clothes and a miserable appearance was swaying as he walked among this small group of people. However, his expression did not change at all. His footsteps appeared to be messy, but if one were to carefully observe, one would discover that there seemed to be a special pattern within these messy footsteps. It was this pattern that allowed the old man's swaying body to not fall. Other than this sloppy old man, there was a young man wearing a black robe at the back of this group. His footsteps were steady. At this moment, he was slowly walking forward without changing his expression. From the looks of his manner, he was naturally Xiao Yan, who was heading north. A week had passed since the destruction of the Southern Hall. At this moment, the desert that Xiao Yan was in was a path that one must pass through in order to head to the northern mountain. Although this place was not a vast desert, it was still a vast area. In this place, even Xiao Yan would have the risk of getting lost if he did not have a guide. In order to avoid this, Xiao Yan could only follow this group in front of him. Although there were not many people in this group, the 3 high-class Dodi leading the way had a certain understanding of this desert. They were like old horses that knew the way. At this moment, they were the only guides in this desert. At this moment, everyone in this group had paid 50 low-grade spirit stones to these 3 people. The fee might be high, but it was not only used to pass through the Scarlet Training Desert. Most importantly, it was to allow them to safely pass through the desert. Although the Scarlet Training Desert was barren, there were also hidden dangers in this harsh environment. Powerful magical beasts struggled to survive in this environment. The struggle for survival was even more intense in this place. There would be powerful magical beasts dying at every moment. However, the ones that survived would be even more powerful existences. In this Scarlet Training Desert, even an ordinary high-class Dodi would be in danger. It was because of this that the leader of this small group was formed by 3 high-class Dodi. Walking at the back of the group, Xiao Yan was neither fast nor slow. Although there were broken rocks under his feet, it did not bring him any trouble. When his feet landed, the broken rocks under his feet were easily crushed like tofu. Wherever he passed, a row of clear footprints was left behind. At the same time, following Xiao Yan's inhalation and exhalation, the powerful fire-type energy that was contained in this world also continuously flowed into his body. Although this kind of training appeared to be slow, it was also extremely solid. Every trace of energy was condensed after being absorbed and refined countless times. The result was undoubtedly the most direct to the growth of one's cultivation. The only drawback was that the speed was slow. However, this did not affect Xiao Yan's interest in this. After the trip to the Obsidian Tower the last time, although Xiao Yan's cultivation had increased quite a bit, his aura was still not stable enough. After this period of slow accumulation, Xiao Yan believed that his cultivation would be able to completely solidify. This could be considered a good thing for him. The path of the strong was like the Scarlet Training Desert. Only by taking one step at a time and being down to earth would one be able to truly grow. Xiao Yan naturally understood this principle very well. Just as Xiao Yan was walking, the figure of the sloppy old man suddenly entered Xiao Yan's line of sight. An ordinary old man naturally would not attract Xiao Yan's attention. However, the difference between this old man and an ordinary old man was his tattered black robe. His robe was simply tattered beyond recognition. Moreover, it was very obvious that the robe had been burned to such a state by flames. However, it was also this that made Xiao Yan even more suspicious. This was because he could clearly sense a fierce and domineering flame aura coming from the old man's body. Just from this point alone, Xiao Yan could be sure that the old man was also a fire-type cultivator. Moreover, his cultivation was definitely not low. At the very least, when Xiao Yan used his spiritual strength to probe the old man, he was unable to find any valuable information. Despite being a fire affinity practitioner, he had ended up in such a miserable manner because of flame. This really caused Xiao Yan's heart to be extremely curious. Just what kind of flame was able to cause a fire affinity expert to end up in such a manner? When Xiao Yan used his spiritual strength to probe the old man, the latter also sensed something. A smile flashed across the old man's tanned face, after which his swaying footsteps became slower in an invisible manner. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was absent-minded as he pondered the question in his heart from a moment ago. A flame that could cause an elite Do-Di to be reduced to such a miserable state. Unless it was done by someone with a higher cultivation than him, it was likely that there was only one kind of flame in this world that could do so. Could it be a heavenly flame? Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something in his heart. His eyebrows twitched. The instant he raised his head, a human figure suddenly appeared in front of him and actually pounced on him. Soon after, the figure fell in front of Xiao Yan in front of his surprised face. At the same time, a miserable cry also sounded, attracting the gazes of everyone in front of him. Xiao Yan's expression changed in shock. He did not expect that there would actually be someone who could get close to him without him noticing. Even though he had only been absent-minded for a second earlier, such an unexpected turn of events would be sufficient to cause him to be seriously injured if it was any other time. Xiao Yan's body hurriedly pulled back. Only after he confirmed that his surroundings were safe did he use a cautious gaze to look at the spot where he was standing earlier. At this moment, that sloppy old man was curled up on the ground at that spot. His face was filled with a painful expression as he cried out miserably, "Woo-woo-woo, little brat. Why did you bully this old man for no reason? My legs have been broken by you. I can't walk anymore." The moment these words were uttered, the people who were hurrying along behind frowned one after another. They looked at each other. Finally, their gazes landed on the three high-class Do-Dis. Since the three of them had accepted the spirit stones from these people, they naturally had to ensure that they would escort them to their destination. They could not easily abandon anyone in the group. At this moment, the actions of this sloppy old man would undoubtedly slow down their forward speed. Moreover, there were quite a number of powerful magical beasts in this scarlet training desert. Once they were provoked by this old man, it would create even greater trouble. Compared to this, the latter situation was something that no one was willing to see. Woo-woo-woo. It hurts. The old man hugged his right leg with both hands and randomly rolled on the ground. The somewhat hoarse, sorrowful cry from his mouth caused one to feel uncontrollably irritable upon hearing it. There were even more disgusted gazes. In front of everyone, the three middle-aged men in embroidered robes also frowned as they looked at the sloppy old man curled up on the ground. At the same time, they also noticed Xiao Yan. They were naturally able to tell that this sloppy old man had the intention of creating trouble. However, regardless of the reason, they needed to first suppress this matter. Otherwise, if they were to allow him to continue creating trouble, it was likely that he would bring trouble to everyone. This mister, the sky is high and the road is long. It is more important for us to hurry along our journey now. If there are no major problems, we hope that you can endure for a little longer. Wait until the sky turns dark before you check on your injuries. Moreover, the strength of the magical beasts in the Scarlet Training Desert is extremely frightening. Once they're lured over, it will be quite troublesome. I hope that you can consider everyone's safety. One of the three middle-aged men in embroidered robes stood up and opened his mouth with a calm tone. However, that sloppy old man acted as though he did not hear his words. He continued to curl up on the ground. His face revealed a painful expression, causing the people beside him to curse in their hearts. "Smelly old man, Master Chun is speaking nicely to you. Why are you still putting on such an act? If you still don't get up and shut up, be careful that I, your father, will ask you to get up." That middle-aged man spoke nicely in consideration of his own interests. However, those who were hurrying along did not care. They only cared about their own journey. They absolutely could not be delayed by anyone. At this moment, Xiao Yan was also frowning with suspicion as he looked at the sloppy old man curled up on the ground in front of him. He had never met the latter before. However, what was the intention of this old man's actions? That sloppy old man directly ignored the words of others. His pair of deep and bright eyes stared blankly at Xiaoyan. His mouth continued to howl in grief. "Brat, you broke my leg. You have to compensate me." A sharp and hoarse cry reverberated over this spacious area. The frowns on everyone's faces deepened. Xiaoyan's expression also sank. From the looks of it, this old man was purposely looking for trouble. Xiaoyan's face also sank. However, just as the old man was staring at Xiaoyan, the latter also clearly saw that there were actually a couple of burn scars on the old man's tanned face. However, at this moment, he did not have the mood to pay attention to them. "Smelly old man, are you done yet?" Seeing that this sloppy old man was actually indifferent, a middle-aged man with a somewhat red face from the crowd by the side softly cursed. His little patience had already been completely worn down by this old man. Now, he needed to use him to cool down. "Chi." The middle-aged man's body suddenly shot forward the instant his words sounded. His body and mind were as fast as lightning. The dou qi in his body swiftly circulated. With a wave of his large hand, his body had already appeared behind the old man when it fell. He grabbed at the shoulder of the sloppy old man. Buzz! However, it was also at the next moment that the sloppy old man inadvertently turned his head around. His strange gaze instantly caused this middle-aged man's body to be unable to move even a little. The dou qi that was flowing within his body to his qi paths also appeared to have solidified in an instant. A deep fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. His originally flushed face had also turned ghastly white at this moment. Bang! Following a soft, muffled sound, the middle-aged man's body was involuntarily pulled back. Although he was not seriously injured, just this attack alone was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone present to change. Although the cultivation of this middle-aged man could not be considered the top in this place, he was still a 6-star dou di. However, this sloppy old man was able to force the ladder back with just a gaze without even touching his body. One could easily imagine just how strong the old man was. At this moment, it was not just Xiaoyan. Even the expressions of the three middle-aged men had also turned solemn in an instant. Numerous pairs of eyes were filled with a deep fear as they looked at the old man. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to open his mouth, Xiaoxian, who had been quiet for half a month, finally opened his mouth at this moment. "Brat, you must not be careless. This person's aura is extremely deep. Even I am unable to see through it. It is very likely that his cultivation has already surpassed the dou di class. You should be careful." An extremely solemn voice sounded from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. After these words sounded, it was as though an enormous rock had been thrown into a calm lake. Waves instantly rose within Xiaoyan's heart, surpassing the dou di class. Just these 4 words were sufficient to indicate just how great the true strength of this old man was. He was at least in existence at the Origin Transformation class. Origin Transformation class. Xiaoyan's heart trembled slightly. Even with Xiaoyan's character, he could not help but become anxious at this moment. Even the tightly clenched hands under his sleeves had unknowingly loosened. Chapter 985. The emotional change in Xiaoyan's heart seemed to have been completely seen by the sloppy old man. He muttered doubtfully in his heart. Soon after, the old man once again cried out in a loud voice. "I don't care. You must compensate me. If you don't, I will cry. Sob, sob, sob." After his words sounded, the old man really began to sob once again. However, his sobs appeared to be extremely awkward. Even though this was the case, no one around dared to say anything this time around. After all, they had seen the scene earlier. A 6-star dou di had been so casually forced back. If they dared to be insensible and charge forward, the result would be hard to say. At this moment, everyone could only hope that Xiaoyan would quickly take out something to settle the matter. Otherwise, it would be difficult to clean up the situation should those powerful magical beasts be attracted. Xiaoyan felt ashamed in his heart when he heard the old man's shameless words. It was really difficult to imagine that this person was actually an origin transformation expert. Such a character was completely different from what Xiaoyan had imagined. This elder, this junior unintentionally offended you in the matter earlier. If I have offended you, this junior will apologize to you. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, Xiao Yin had no choice but to temporarily hide when faced with an origin transformation expert. No matter how one put it, he was currently only a 7-star D. An expert of this level was not someone that the current him could easily offend. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now, it was more important to hurry on with his journey. You still have some conscience. You still know to apologize after bullying this old man. Since it has already come to this, I will not make things difficult for you. I will reduce the compensation by half. For tier 4 medicinal pills, and this matter will be settled. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on the sloppy old man's face when he saw Xiao Yin bow and greet him. He swiftly climbed up from the ground, appearing as though nothing had happened. However, the words that he said were shocking. 4 tier 4 medicinal pills? This old man is too black-hearted. The expressions of everyone around immediately changed after the words of the sloppy old man sounded. Even they felt that the request of this old man was unfair. The 3 9-star D exchanged glances with each other. Although their eyes also contained a surprise that could not be suppressed, they ultimately became quiet. Let's go. The sloppy old man's voice sounded. Even though they could not suppress the shock in their eyes, they ultimately became quiet. Others might not know, but the 3 of them clearly understood that this unassuming, sloppy old man was actually an origin transformation expert. It was not up to them to comment on the matters of an origin transformation expert. After all, there were bound to be some eccentric people at that level who could not tolerate the criticism of others. Trouble comes from the mouth. This was not a joke. As for Xiao Yin, after seeing the smile on the old man's face, the fear in his heart turned into doubt in the blink of an eye. Although this old man's actions were deliberately making things difficult, at the same time, it seemed to contain another kind of charm. Xiao Yin immediately recovered after this thought flashed through his heart. Immediately, he took out 4 tier 4 high-grade medicinal pills from his storage ring without any hesitation and handed them over. Although tier 4 medicinal pills were extremely precious, Xiao Yin did not show any hesitation on his face when he handed them over at this moment. If he could use 4 tier 4 medicinal pills to obtain the good impression of an origin transformation expert, it would undoubtedly be worth it for Xiao Yin. However, just as Xiao Yin was about to hand the medicinal pills in his hand to the sloppy old man, the latter suddenly opened his mouth. Wait! The old voice seemed to contain some kind of demonic nature. The instant the sloppy old man's words sounded, Xiao Yan's hand movement also paused. Hiss! Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled. He could not help but feel shocked by the strength of this old man. Soon after, his eyes were surprised as he looked at the latter. He did not know what this old man was planning. Brat, the medicinal pills that I wanted, the tier 4 melting flame pill, chasing flame pill, embryonic phoenix pill, and serene wind flame transforming pill. Other than these 4 medicinal pills, I don't want anything else. Don't tell me that you can't take them out. Everyone around immediately knit their brows when the words of the old man sounded. Their hearts were filled with doubt. They had never heard of such a rare medicinal pill. Even the 3 9-star D also knit their brows. Other than 1 or 2 of these 4 medicinal pills, they had also never heard of the remaining ones. Even less needed to be said about the medicinal effects of these medicinal pills. Hearing the sloppy old man's words, even Xiao Yin similarly knit his brows. As an alchemist, he was naturally very familiar with these 4 medicinal pills. These 4 medicinal pills were all tier 4 medicinal pills. Moreover, without exception, they were all used to fuse flames. In most cases, these medicinal pills would be used by alchemists to increase the degree of fusion between their bodies and flames, further increasing their ability to control flames. Hence, these medicinal pills were extremely rare in the outside world. It was reasonable that they were unknown to others. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Xiao Yin to be even more curious was why this old man would choose these 4 kinds of medicinal pills. With his cultivation, it should be impossible for him to use these medicinal pills, unless he wanted to use them to control some kind of extremely frightening flame. For example, heavenly flame. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly trembled. Brat, Do you have it or not? If you don't, this old man is going to flip out." At this moment, the sloppy old man appeared to have impatiently opened his mouth once again, interrupting Xiao Yan's thoughts. Soon after, the latter did not dare to delay, as he swiftly rummaged through his storage ring. Very quickly, 2 crimson and 1 green-blue medicinal pills appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. These 3 medicinal pills were the Flame-Melting Pill, Flame-Chasing Pill, and Serene Wind Flame Transforming Pill that the sloppy old man had asked for. As for the Phoenix Embryo Pill, due to its special ingredients, even Xiao Yan was unable to take it out from his collection. These 3 medicinal pills were something that Xiao Yan had obtained through a couple of lucky encounters. Originally, he wanted to use them to assist him in swallowing flames the next time. However, from the looks of it now, he did not have that opportunity. This elder, the 4 types of medicinal pills that you need are really rare. This junior is only able to take out 3 of them. Therefore, I hope that elder can understand. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and handed the 3 medicinal pills in his hand to the sloppy old man. Although the latter frowned slightly, he still unceremoniously accepted the medicinal pills. Only then did the surrounding people quietly sigh in relief. If this incident could be resolved earlier, it would undoubtedly allow their hearts to relax. "Ha, brat, I will accept the medicinal pills. However, you must remember that you still owe me one." After keeping the medicinal pills, the sloppy old man quickly let out a strange laugh. His gaze slyly looked at Xiao Yan. His toes gently pressed on the ground, and his body rose into the air. His eyes swept over the surrounding people with a cold smile. Immediately, with a swoosh sound, he transformed into a flaming light and disappeared from this place in the blink of an eye. "Brat, we will meet again." Chapter 986. The old voice continued to reverberate within this searing hot desert. However, the sloppy old man's figure had already disappeared. Only a moment later did everyone gradually recover from the enormous pressure from earlier. Everyone's tensed nerves suddenly relaxed at this moment. Cold sweat fell like rain. Everyone's originally tired bodies had become a little weaker at this moment. The hot sun's light mercilessly scattered down and landed on everyone's bright red skin. The perspiration quickly evaporated and disappeared. At this moment, other than the 3-9, Star Do Di, and Xiao Yan, the remaining people were seated cross-legged on the ground. They began to recover the strength that had flowed out from their bodies. The 3 middle-aged men exchanged glances with each other when they saw everyone seated cross-legged on the ground. They nodded and spread out. They carefully observed their surroundings. Xiao Yan watched the sloppy old man leave. At this moment, he had also withdrawn his gaze. His gaze randomly swept over everyone present. He was just about to sit down when Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed in the next moment. Even the eyes of the 3 middle-aged men instantly gathered together. The gazes of the 4 of them turned at the same time and landed in the middle of the group. Under the ground that was filled with rubble, they could clearly sense an extremely powerful aura surging from the ground at an extremely fast speed. It was like lava that was about to break out of the ground, causing the hearts of the 4 of them to tremble. "Hurry up and leave this place." The 3 middle-aged men cried out in unison in a deafening manner. Everyone who had just sat down were immediately woken up. Their bodies hurriedly pulled back at the same time as they recovered. Each of them flashed and left the place where they were seated. Bang! At the same time, the ground where everyone was seated was suddenly torn apart by an enormous force. Dust flew and an enormous beast broke out from the ground in front of everyone's eyes. A sharp roar transformed into an invisible sound wave. Accompanying, it was an extremely frightening and powerful destructive aura. Advanced 9, Star Do Di, huh? Damn beast. I was nearly injured by you. You clearly know that we have 3-9 Star Do Di here, yet you still dare to charge out. You are really seeking death. Coming back to their senses, the 3 middle-aged men's faces suddenly became gloomy. With a wave of their sleeves, a hurricane suddenly swept out, sweeping away the dust between heaven and earth. The appearance of the giant beast in front of them also became clear in an instant. "Hiss, His scarlet tongue flicked in the air, and an extremely strong stench spread out. His two triangular eyes swept across the three middle-aged men, and a strong, bloodthirsty light flashed in the depths of his purple eyes. His huge body was like a pillar in front of everyone's eyes. A huge shadow shrouded everyone present. At the same time, a huge haze shrouded everyone's hearts. Red scale python. How could it be this thing? Damn it, doesn't that mean? Seeing the huge python before them, the three middle-aged men's expressions immediately changed. If it was any other magical beast, it would be fine, but if it was this beast, bang, bang, bang. At the same time that the three men's expressions changed, another three sounds of earth breaking appeared one after another. The expressions of everyone present became unusually ugly. As the matter was swept over, one could see another three enormous pythons that were the same size as the first one standing around everyone, surrounding them. In this way, the four red-scaled pythons that had appeared were equivalent to 4-9 star D. 4. Damn it. It is actually 4 red-scaled pythons. The red-scaled pythons often lived in groups when they were young. Only when they reached maturity would they leave the group. Even though this was the case, the red-scaled pythons would still form a small group. A four-headed red-scaled python that lived in a group could already be considered a peak existence in this red training desert. Damn it, this is going to be troublesome. It is all that damn old man's fault. If it were not for him, we would not have provoked these beasts. Seeing these 4 enormous pythons, the expressions of the 3 middle-aged men immediately became ugly. 3 against 4. They did not have any chance of victory. As for these ordinary elite Dodi around them, they did not have any hope. In the face of absolute strength, numbers were not able to decide anything. Even though everyone present was a strong Dodi, these people were still not enough in front of 9-star Dodi. At the same time that these 3 middle-aged men thought of this point, the surrounding elite Dodi also had similar thoughts in their hearts. These people all had an understanding of how frightening the red-scale pythons were. From the looks of the situation in front of them, they already had no other choice but to flee. Hiss! However, just as the crowd was preparing to flee in all directions, the 4 enormous pythons struck first. Their enormous bodies twisted, and the snake bodies that were buried under the ground drilled out like mountain ranges. Very quickly, they blocked the path of everyone present. At this moment, everyone present, including the 3 middle-aged men and Xiao Yan, had been completely surrounded by these 4 enormous pythons. They had become turtles in a jar with nowhere to retreat. Damn it, there is no way out. We can only force our way through. The expressions of all the elite Dodi changed drastically. A few of them also clenched their teeth hatefully. They turned their gazes to the narrow gap between the bodies of the 4 red-scaled pythons. From there, they could still see a large area of the outside world. Clearly, that was the best place to break through. Charge! We must not sit and wait for death. We must charge out alive. Charge! After a few roars sounded, 2 to 3 elite Dodi rushed forward without caring about the others. They wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the encirclement of the 4 enormous pythons. These few idiots, they are really seeking death. Seeing this scene, the 3 9-star Dodi threw pitiful gazes at them. It was not that they did not want to save them. It was just that these fellows were seeking their own deaths. They cannot be blamed for standing aside and watching. Soon after, the few human figures that had charged out had already appeared in front of the 4 enormous pythons in a flash. It looked like they would be able to escape the encirclement in the next moment. However, it was also at this moment that hiss. A hoarse hiss was emitted from the enormous pythons' mouths. Almost at the same time, a couple of bloody mouths flashed past like meteors flying across the sky. Following a couple of miserable cries, the few elite Dodi with extraordinary strength were cut into pieces by the 4 red-scaled pythons in the blink of an eye. After which, the 4 enormous pythons quickly turned their bloodthirsty eyes toward the remaining people in the battleground in front of the terrified gazes. These 4 beasts are not easy to deal with. The 3 of us will each hold back one of them. As for the remaining one, it will depend on your luck. The expressions of the 3-9-star D were extremely solemn. They let out a warning from their mouths. Immediately, their bodies shot forward, and each of them faced a red-scaled python. As for the remaining people, all of them wore terrified faces. They did not even have the time to save their own lives. How would they have the courage to face these red-scaled pythons? As for Xiaoyan, the corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into an arc as he eyed the remaining 9-star D red-scaled python in front of him. Not only did this red-scaled python have a powerful cultivation, but its physical body was also incomparably strong. The wild and violent strength contained within its blood was an excellent material for tempering one's physical body. If he could kill it and obtain its blood, Xiaoyan's physical strength would undoubtedly increase. Chapter 987. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and grasped the heavy Xian Buster sword. The tip of his foot lightly tapped the air, and his figure immediately transformed into a black shadow. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the red-scaled python. The giant Buster sword in his hand danced and smashed down on the red-scaled python's head. This Xiaoyan's sudden appearance also caused the red-scaled python to be startled. After all, it was a high-ranked magical beast. Even though it lived in the Scarlet Training Desert all year round, its intelligence was not inferior to a human's. Thus, in response to Xiaoyan's frightening speed, the red-scaled python similarly felt an indescribable threat. With a hiss, the red-scaled python twisted its enormous body, and its large head nimbly dodged to the side. At the same time, its enormous snake tail swept toward Xiaoyan's back and aimed directly at the latter's head. Umph! With regard to the force that was attacking from behind, Xiaoyan was naturally very clear. The movements of his hands did not change in the slightest. His body twisted, and the giant Buster sword also swept viciously in front of him in a strange manner. At the same time, it fiercely collided with the red-scaled python's enormous snake tail. Clang! Sparks flew, and the sound of metal colliding immediately rang out. The giant Buster sword buzzed for a while, and Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding onto the heavy Xian Buster sword, could not help but tremble. The enormous snake tail in front of him was similarly shaken back as its scales scattered in all directions. Hell, what a tyrannical defensive power this body has. After the collision, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a sense of fear towards the beast's physical defense. With such tyrannical physical strength, it was no wonder that the red-scaled python could be ranked as one of the top existences in the Scarlet Training Desert. To be able to survive in this kind of environment, it was indeed not an ordinary person. However, this was also good. For Xiaoyan, the more this was the case, the more it proved the value of the red-scaled python. He did not wish to expend all his effort only to end up with insignificant results. Just as Xiaoyan's figure paused, the enormous snake head suddenly appeared behind him. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and the fangs in its mouth were like the scythe of a death god. They were suffused with an icy white luster and were stained with scarlet blood as they bit toward Xiaoyan. If he was bitten by it, even if he did not die, it was likely that he would be left with an irreversible injury. Indeed, it is still a beast, unable to change its nature of sneak attacks. Xiaoyan's eyes were sharp. He did not display the slightest panic because of the sudden appearance of the red-scaled python. Xiaoyan rotated his hand, and the heavy Xian ruler was held in a reverse grip. His footsteps changed, and the sky extinction step was instantly unleashed. His body instantly transformed into a phantom. When the red-scaled python's mouth was about to land, Xiaoyan's body appeared to have narrowly dodged by the side of its mouth. Even the scarlet red snake's tongue was about to stick to Xiaoyan's back. An icy cold, bloodthirsty killing intent surged from behind. Xiaoyan's thoughts were clear, and his movements were fluid without any delay. Standing in the air, his body leaned forward to dodge the red-scaled python's attack. At the same time, his body, which was originally facing the red-scaled python, suddenly twisted in a strange manner. Within his pair of pitch-black eyes, a thick white flame instantly surged. Almost at the same time, with a pu sound, the thick white flame instantly covered the entire giant ruler like a sail in the wind. In the instant that Xiao Yan's body turned around, the hand that was holding the heavy Xian ruler tightened even more. His right arm abruptly waved and his muscles tightened. A powerful force, along with Dou Qi, gushed out at the same time. Like a volcano erupting, a heavy blow accurately smashed into the head of the red-scaled python. 7-layered sky breaking ruler, one ruler. Yelling angrily in his heart, the thick white flame suddenly surged violently. The instant the giant ruler came into contact with the red-scaled python's head, the flame transformed into a resplendent ruler's tip. It was like a sharp blade, intending to forcefully slice this beast apart. Chi! The ruler's tip streaked across the sky, shining like the stars in the night sky. The dazzling radiance disappeared in an instant. The shocking ruler's tip swept across a small portion of the red-scaled python's body. The hard snake scales collapsed like a city wall, disintegrating. Under the ice-cold snake scales, the flesh and blood split open, and dark red blood gushed out. Under the scorching heat of the sun, the blood appeared especially dazzling. Roar! A hoarse roar of pain came from the red-scaled python's mouth. At the same time, the latter's body trembled. Its pair of purple triangular eyes suddenly emitted a scarlet glow. After suffering from one strike, this beast was thoroughly enraged by Xiao Yan. The situation here attracted the attention of the 3 middle-aged men. At the same time, the other 3 red-scaled pythons also paid attention. This brat looks like he's not an ordinary Dodi. He's actually able to anger this beast. The 3 of them saw the huge wound on the red-scaled python's head. The dark red blood caused their expressions to change. He had only attacked a few times, yet he was able to cause the red-scaled python such pain. This was enough to show how powerful the young man who injured the latter was. Who is this brat? I've never heard of such a person in the northern region before. The expressions of the 3 men changed one after another. After roaming the northern region for so many years, they had never heard of such a young 9-star Dodi. The appearance of Xiao Yan involuntarily caused them to feel extremely suspicious. Chi! In the next moment, the red-scaled python opened its mouth and a scarlet-yellow Dou Qi immediately spurted out. It turned into a Dou Qi light pillar that carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth, as if it wanted to pierce through Xiao Yan in one strike. Hey, are you going to use your true strength? That's fine too. I wasn't satisfied enough the last time. Today, I'll use you as a test stone. Seeing the red-scaled python reveal such an appearance, Xiao Yan's expression did not reveal any seriousness. Instead, he had an eager appearance. The deputy hall chief of the Southern Hall was only an intermediate 9-star Dodi the last time. It was insufficient for him to display his true strength. This time, however, the appearance of this red-scaled python allowed Xiao Yan to give it a try. A powerful force mercilessly streaked across the sky. The invisible space was like a fragile mirror that instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the Dou Qi light pillar had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. 7-layered sky, breaking ruler, 2 feet. Xiao Yan held the huge ruler in his hand and viciously hacked down from above. The ruler glow once again shot out and destroyed the red-scaled python's attack. Buzz! Almost at the same time the Dou Qi light pillar was destroyed, the red-scaled python's huge snake tail once again arrived behind Xiao Yan. Unlike the last time, the red-scaled python did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, it used its snake tail to wrap around Xiao Yan's body at an extremely fast speed and tightly curled up. A frightening force erupted at this moment. It was as if it was crushing an ant, intending to crush Xiao Yan's body. Unfortunately, this beast had clearly underestimated Xiao Yan's methods. Although his arms were bound and he had no way to use the heavy Xian ruler, other than Dou Qi, his physical strength was also his strong suit. Force Elephant Technique. Golden Elephant Technique. Activate. The 2 techniques were used at the same time. The golden light shone brightly. Under Xiao Yan's seemingly thin body, A powerful force as heavy as Mount Tai suddenly awakened at this moment. Boom! Xiaoyan's body shook violently. A huge virtual image that was almost solid suddenly rose from the ground behind him. Following the movements of Xiaoyan's hands moved together and forcefully broke free from the red-scaled python's huge body. After which, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, it hugged the red-scaled python's tail and forcefully swung it. It actually lifted the entire body of the red-scaled python into the air. Chapter 988. The two arms of the virtual image stretched out and hugged the red-scaled python's huge tail. Its frightening strength was even greater than the red-scaled python's, and it actually lifted the red-scaled python's body up. Within the encirclement formed by the other 3 red-scaled pythons, Xiaoyan lifted up the huge beast in his embrace. Everyone's gazes were immediately attracted and turned to look at Xiaoyan. Wah! The crowd was agitated in an instant. Their faces, which were originally carefully moving about, revealed a shocked expression at this moment. Even the 3 middle-aged men were panting at this moment as they threw their gazes of disbelief toward Xiaoyan. This guy, who exactly is he? What a frightening strength. The faces of the 3 middle-aged men were filled with shock, joy, and joy. They were shocked at Xiaoyan's terrifying strength, and at the same time, were happy that the latter had reduced one of their opponents. What was even more fortunate was that the 3 of them did not make things difficult for Xiaoyan earlier. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say what kind of situation they would be in now. Losing such a powerful teammate was definitely a fatal blow to them. Fortunately, they did not do such a stupid thing. Qi, in Xiaoyan's embrace. The red-scaled python was like a withered tree swaying in the wind. Following Xiaoyan's deliberate twisting of his body, it swayed counterclockwise. Its huge body was not under its own control and swayed in this narrow encirclement. The situation that should have been under the control of the red-scaled python had now fallen into Xiaoyan's hands. Chi-chi-chi. The chi-chi sound of rushing wind gradually resounded over the place. The swaying of the red-scaled pythons had already affected the 3 battlegrounds. The 3 middle-aged men and the 3 red-scaled pythons also ceased their intense collisions because of this. The 3 9-star Do D threw surprised gazes at this windmill-like enormous snake. This was especially the case when their gazes landed on Xiaoyan, who was in the middle, who had caused this scene to occur. The shock in their hearts became even denser. Hiss! The appearance of this scene also caused the other 3 scarlet-scaled pythons to roar endlessly. One after another, they twisted their bodies, and their huge snake tails hooked onto the swaying body of the scarlet-scaled python from 3 different directions, wanting to use this as a pretext to stop its body. Buzz, the invisible empty space fluctuated intensely, and the huge beast's body in Xiaoyan's embrace came to a stop. At the same time, the red-scaled python in Xiaoyan's embrace recovered and abruptly twisted its body. The head that had been thrown away abruptly turned around. The moment it opened its bloody mouth, a huge Do-Chi light pillar immediately shot out and shot toward Xiaoyan. Hey! With a cold laugh, Xiaoyan watched as the Do-Chi light beam shot towards him. However, the illusory figure that was hugging the crimson-scaled python's tail fiercely swung it. The frightening force caused the crimson-scaled python's tail to uncontrollably block in front of Xiaoyan. Boom! A muffled collision sound was emitted. Immediately, the python's skin and flesh were split open. Fresh blood splattered in all directions. A painful roar transformed into an invisible sound wave that swept across the area. Haha! A beast is indeed a beast. When it becomes ruthless, it even hits itself. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth parted into a cold smile. His body flashed, and he arrived in the air above the snake tail that was writhing intensely. A cold glint was revealed in Xiaoyan's eyes when he saw the dense white bones and the huge snake tail that was dripping with fresh blood. Seeing that your blood is flowing, let me help you stop it. As the cold cry from his mouth sounded, a dense white flame suddenly ignited on the surface of Xiaoyan's body, turning his entire body into a flaming person. Huh. The instant the flame covered his body, Xiaoyan's body immediately shot downwards. His entire body was like a shooting star as he pierced through the crimson-scaled python's tail in one strike amidst the crimson-scaled python's painful roar. Roar. The roar went from sharp to hoarse until it was completely silent. However, that kind of pain was still hair-raising even if one didn't personally experience it. Scorch marks covered half of the crimson-scaled python's body. The blood had indeed been stopped, but the crimson-scaled python's control over its own snake tail had also been stopped. After the pain, it became even more violent and crazy. The crimson-scaled python's huge body violently twisted as it charged toward Xiaoyan without caring about anything else. Its extremely fast speed coupled with its huge body was simply inconceivable. At the same time, the other three huge pythons also focused their attention on Xiaoyan at this moment. However, just as they were about to attack the latter, the three middle-aged men each dodged and blocked them. Haha, little brother, I didn't expect you to be a hidden expert like us. Just leave these three beasts to us. As for this one, I'll leave it to you. The three middle-aged men parted their mouths and smiled. The situation in front of them was undoubtedly what they wanted to see the most. Of course, this was also something that they had least expected. Who would have thought that a black-robed, young man who looked so young would actually possess such a frightening strength? This kind of strength caused even them, who were 9-star Do D, to feel solemn. Fortunately, they were on the same side as the former. Hearing the loud laughter of the three middle-aged men, Xiaoyan also nodded his head heavily. It was undoubtedly the best that these three could help him delay the other three crimson-scaled pythons. His feet moved as he randomly used the sky extinction step and easily dodged the crimson-scaled python's attack. Xiaoyan was just about to move when he immediately frowned. His gaze swept towards the land to the south. Relying on the strength of his spiritual strength, he could vaguely sense a few other obscure auras approaching. Oh! Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He waved his arm and blocked the crimson-scaled python's attack. After which, he slowly turned around and his gaze returned to the crimson-scaled python's body. Looks like the current situation does not allow me to drag this out any longer. Since this is the case, I can only end this quickly. Xiaoyan laughed faintly. The crimson-scaled python appeared to have understood him. It roared and charged toward Xiaoyan without caring about anything else. Faced with the crimson-scaled python that was charging toward him, Xiaoyan similarly did not dodge. His body shook slightly, and the illusionary image behind him suddenly trembled. Following Xiaoyan's body, it flashed and appeared in front of the crimson-scaled python in an instant. When the bodies of the two were compared, it was like comparing a mountain to a flat hill. With such a difference in size and this seemingly crazy action, it was likely that an ordinary person would only think of two words: a mayfly trying to shake a tree. However, this was not the case. Xiaoyan bent his right arm and clenched his fist. The illusionary image behind him moved exactly the same as Xiaoyan. Facing the gigantic crimson-scaled python, Xiaoyan did not use any fancy movements. Instead, he used the most direct method, which was to meet force with force. Bang! As the fist smashed down, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan collapsed with a buzzing sound. A frightening strength agglomerated into an invisible wind wall in front of him. The heavy fist violently smashed onto the body of the red-scaled python. The hard snake scales only lasted for less than a breath's time before they were suddenly shattered. The flesh and blood below could not even withstand a single blow. A terrifying force poured out, and the crimson-scaled python's body rapidly caved in like a deflated balloon. The sound of bones breaking was like the sound of piano keys. Such a miserable state was simply unbearable to watch. The gigantic beast was forcefully blocked by Xiaoyan's punch. The latter's body was towering and unmoving, while the crimson-scaled python was nailed into the empty space. Regardless of how enormous the force that surged out of its body was, it was ultimately useless. Under full force, Even the crimson-scaled python was no match for Xiao Yin. Roar! The crimson-scaled python's painful cries were mixed with madness. It struggled to turn its gigantic head and opened its mouth wide. Countless fangs closed downwards like a ghost demanding for its life. Immediately after, under the stunned gazes of the surrounding crowd, it actually swallowed Xiao Yin in one gulp. The appearance of this scene caused even the 3-9 Star Do D to be involuntarily stunned. This brat won't be. The expressions of the three changed. They were clearly aware of how frightening the crimson-scaled python was. Once one was swallowed by it, there was no need to think too much about the result. Now that Xiao Yin had been swallowed by this crimson-scaled python, there was no need to say more about his fate. Ugh! Even if he was completely confident, he shouldn't have dragged it out like this. This brat has ultimately harmed himself. The three of them sighed. They could not help but frown. Even with such great talent, he had still ended up ruining himself. However, it was also at this moment that everyone present suddenly realized that after the crimson-scaled python had swallowed Xiao Yin, there was no longer any movement. Only after 10 breaths did they gradually see that the surface of the crimson-scaled python's body had unknowingly been covered by a thin layer of cold ice. What is that? Everyone was shocked. While they were feeling suspicious in their hearts, a slight caw-caw sound was emitted from the crimson-scaled python's body. The expressions of the surrounding elite Do Di immediately changed. Each of them carefully stepped back. On the other side, the battle between the 3-9 Star Do Di and the 3 crimson-scaled pythons was becoming increasingly intense. Bang! The sudden explosion sounded in this area. The expressions of everyone present immediately changed. They could clearly see that the red-scaled python, which had swallowed Xiao Yin into its mouth a moment ago, had actually burst apart an inch at a time in front of their eyes. This strange scene caused everyone who saw it to feel a shock in their hearts. They felt an inexplicable fear. Soon after, an even more shocking scene appeared once again. Following the explosion of the crimson-scaled python's body, a young man wearing a black robe once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes without any injuries. Who else could this person be other than Xiao Yin? Chapter 989. The hot sun hung high in the boundless desert like a cluster of fireballs. It emitted a high temperature that roasted the land below. At this moment, a group of people and 3 huge pythons were standing high in the sky above a desert that was in a mess. The hot air was filled with a tense atmosphere. The aftershocks from the intense battle from a moment ago had yet to subside. However, at this moment, all of their gazes were focused on a black-robed young man in the battleground without exception. The latter's body was standing straight in the empty air. One of his hands was behind his back while the other hand was extended forward. A dense white flame slowly rose from his palm. The frightening high temperature that it emitted caused people to feel terrified. Compared to the hot sun that hung high above their heads, this cluster of dense white flame was even more terrifying. Everyone present felt shocked from the bottom of their hearts as they looked at the uninjured black-robed young man in the battleground. Even the 3-9 Star Do Di felt incomparably shocked in their hearts at this moment. Of course, the ones who felt even more terrified were undoubtedly the 3 remaining red-scaled pythons. Even though they were naturally bloodthirsty, fear involuntarily rose in their hearts when they saw their companion die in such a strange manner in front of them. In the sky, Xiao Yin slowly withdrew his hand that was covered by a rising flame. At the same time, the cluster of fist-sized essence blood that was wrapped in the middle of the flame was also kept by Xiao Yin into his storage ring. This cluster of essence blood belonged to this red-scaled python. It contained an extremely powerful, wild, and violent energy. That kind of energy was what Xiao Yin needed to refine his physical body. However, this amount seemed to be a little unsatisfactory. After keeping the essence blood, Xiao Yan's eyes turned. His ice-cold gaze shot toward the remaining 3 red-scaled pythons. His dense, cold eyes caused the bodies of these 3 enormous creatures to involuntarily tremble. In the face of absolute strength, their outer appearance did not represent anything. When Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the 3 red-scaled pythons, The 3-9-star Dodi's bodies flashed and arrived beside Xiaoyan, after which their gazes that were filled with murderous intent landed on the bodies of the three huge pythons. The original 3-against-4 situation did not change. However, the relationship between the hunter and the prey had undergone a great change. Roar! The three red-scaled pythons involuntarily retreated amidst a low roar. If they continued to stay in this kind of situation, it was likely that they would have to pay an even more painful price. Unknowingly, escape had become the only choice of these three enormous creatures. Xiaoyan watched these three fellows leave from the empty space. He did not have the slightest intention of stopping them. The three middle-aged men beside him also sighed in relief. Once they were certain that these three Chis had completely disappeared from the range of their senses, the three of them finally let out a long sigh of relief. They recovered, cupped their hands to Xiaoyan, cupped them together, and laughed. Hee, it's all thanks to you, sir. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't know how to deal with this. Xiaoyan turned his gaze around and saw the relaxed expressions on the faces of the three middle-aged men. He shook his head and said with a frown, "The three of you, now is not the time to relax. I can sense that there are a few other auras hurrying toward us. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid that we will face even greater trouble. Therefore, I hope that the three of you can lead the way and leave this place first." Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the expressions of the three middle-aged men were involuntarily startled. They did not sense any auras approaching. Although this was the case, after witnessing Xiaoyan's strength, the three of them did not doubt the former's words. The three of them nodded and immediately gathered the remaining elite Dodi. After pointing out the direction, the group immediately headed north. After experiencing the tense atmosphere from before, all of these people were extremely tense. They did not dare to relax, even a little along the way. Their speed was much faster than usual. However, the group of people followed closely behind Xiaoyan. As for the 3-9-star Dodi, they split up and led the way. The three middle-aged men could only feel a little embarrassed in their hearts when faced with this situation in the group. However, they did not dare to slow down their speed even a little. Not long after this group of people left the place where the big battle had occurred, a few huge beasts furiously rushed over. Their imposing manner was not the least bit weaker than the few red-scaled pythons from before. It was hard to imagine that if this group of people continued to stay here, it was likely that they would not have any chance of surviving today. Sensing the thread of frightening, powerful aura that was transmitted from the distance, the expressions of the three middle-aged men changed. Their bodies that were flying forward became even faster. At the same time, a respectful expression appeared in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan. It was a long while later that this group of people finally left the area where the big battle had occurred. At the same time, the originally hot sun that was hanging in the sky had unknowingly descended on the western horizon. It is close to dusk. The day's time was about to end. What awaited this group of people was another long and short night. At the same time, there was also an unknown tomorrow. As dusk descended, this group of people temporarily stopped in front of a strange rock under the guidance of the 3-9-star Dodi. Within this red training desert, the flowing wind that blew in the air was still unbearable even when it was nighttime. Therefore, this strange rock became the best place for them to temporarily hide from the strong wind. Not long after everyone set up camp under these huge rocks, the sky had already turned completely dark. After the three middle-aged men once again expressed their thanks to Xiaoyan, each of them spread out to the periphery of the crowd and cautiously observed their surroundings. Compared to the day, the red training desert at night was undoubtedly much more dangerous. This was also one of the reasons why they had stopped. As for Xiaoyan, he was currently sitting cross-legged on top of an enormous rock. With a flip of his hand, the cluster of red-scaled python's essence blood that he had obtained during the day once again appeared in his palm. A thin layer of thick white flame wrapped around this cluster of viscous blood. Even with the isolation of the flame, the wild and violent energy within it still seeped out. The violent aura caused one's blood to boil, causing one to involuntarily want to let out a long howl. Seeing this cluster of essence blood in front of him, Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled. This kind of wild and violent energy was exactly what he needed. Unfortunately, the essence blood within this red-scaled python's body seemed to be a little lacking. If it was not to avoid those fellows behind him today, Xiaoyan would really not be willing to let those 3 fellows leave so easily. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little regretful as he shook his head. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and a suction force surged out. He actually swallowed this fist-sized cluster of blood into his stomach. Chapter 990. The instant this ball of essence blood entered Xiaoyan's body, it immediately emitted an extremely vigorous and violent energy, forming a circle of blood-colored waves that wreaked havoc within Xiaoyan's body. It was as if it wanted to destroy his meridians and internal organs. Regarding the situation, it was naturally within Xiaoyan's control. Since he was able to let it in, he naturally would not be unprepared. Pooh! With a thought, a dense white flame immediately emerged from all parts of his body, enveloping all of his meridians and bones. No matter how the energy within the ball of essence blood collided, it was completely ineffective. Looking inside his body, the heavenly flame condensed and transformed into a finger. Without any hesitation, it touched the ball of bright red blood. Bang! Accompanied by a slight muffled sound, the ball of essence blood the size of a fist suddenly burst open, transforming into countless tiny blood droplets. Like dense raindrops, they scattered to all parts of Xiaoyan's body in the blink of an eye, rapidly merging into his bones and flesh. If he wanted to use this ball of essence blood to temper his body, then the best way was naturally to completely release the energy within this ball of essence blood, allowing the energy contained within to completely explode into every cell in Xiaoyan's body, allowing them to explode and destroy him. With regard to this process, Xiaoyan only needed to be patient. Bang, bang, bang. The tiny droplets of blood entered his muscles, after which they exploded like balloons. The wild and violent destructive power within them was completely displayed at this moment. The powerful energy transformed into a wave of energy that continuously bombarded every cell. Instantly, the pain of his muscles being torn apart immediately transmitted from every part of Xiaoyan's body. The intensity of the intense pain was as if heavy rain was pouring down on his body. The intense pain that stimulated his nerves was even more like being pierced by countless steel needles. Although the energy contained within the red-scaled python's essence blood was violent, after being broken down countless times, the energy within had already been diluted by a lot. At the very least, it would not bring any negative effects to Xiaoyan's body. Even so, this extreme tempering method still caused one's entire body to feel cold. The pain that caused one's soul to be torn apart was simply not something an ordinary person could endure. Even so, at this moment, Xiaoyan's body did not dare to tense up in the slightest while enduring this extreme pain. Any resistance would affect the benefits that the essence blood brought to him. Therefore, Xiaoyan had to allow his body to perfectly receive this energy without any resistance. The entire process was bound to be extremely painful. Fortunately, what Xiaoyan could endure the most was pain. In order to obtain power, one had to pay a price. If he could not even endure this pain, then this could only prove that Xiaoyan did not have the qualifications to obtain this power. However, the reality was that he had done it. After 4 hours of agonizing torment, the red-scaled python's essence blood within Xiaoyan's body was finally completely exhausted. During this process, Xiaoyan did not make any moves to resist. He allowed the energy contained within the essence blood to explode within his body, absorbing the energy from each destruction. Feeling the pain that was transmitted from all over his body, Xiaoyan trembled as he exhaled. After 4 hours, the muscles all over his body had involuntarily tensed up. Every muscle cell had expanded by more than a couple of times, and the strength hidden within was especially great. At the same time that the essence blood was completely exhausted, it also brought about an extremely great stimulation to Xiaoyan's body. However, he could even clearly sense that each of his muscle cells was wildly breathing as though they had experienced an intense exercise. Although Xiao Yin had already intentionally relaxed his body, the appearance that this body displayed at this moment still appeared unusually strong. One could imagine how powerful Xiao Yan's physical strength would be when he completely recovered. Only after an hour did Xiao Yin gradually recover. Once again, he sat down cross-legged. However, Xiao Yin was not in a hurry to cultivate his physical strength. The cultivation of one's physical strength originally required a balance between tension and relaxation. Only after a suitable amount of rest could one ensure that one's physical body would not be damaged. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. If one were to rush for success, it could instead affect the foundation of Xiao Yan's body. A thought passed through his mind, and the enormous spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged out. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into 9 avatars around Xiao Yan's body. Ever since he had left the Zhu family village, Xiao Yan had placed most of his attention on these 9 avatars other than hurrying along the way. With the high-grade spirit stones as a source of energy, the training of the 9 avatars had naturally sped up. Currently, the cultivation of these 9 avatars had all stepped into the middle stage of the 6th Star D class. Their strength could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, when the 9 avatars merged into one, their cultivation had advanced to the next level. They were able to reach the initial stage of the 7th Star D class. Their fighting strength was undoubtedly much stronger than many ordinary elite Do-D. Additionally, they had Xiao Yan's actual body. With the two of them joining hands, their fighting strength was incomparably powerful. With a flick of his finger, 3 rays of light shot out. They were 3 high-grade spirit stones. Under Xiao Yan's intentional concealment, the shocking energy aura within them did not spread outwards. Even the dazzling milky white light from the spirit stones had been completely covered. Just how precious were high-grade spirit stones? Even origin transformation experts would be moved by them. How could Xiao Yin casually take them out? For safety's sake, he had even added the Way of the Void onto them. Not only did it conceal the enormous energy aura contained within the high-grade spirit stones, it also concealed their light. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yin still chose a high spot on the huge rock to prevent others from discovering the spirit stones if they were too close. Soon after, the 3 rays of light each floated in front of the 3 avatars. Under Xiao Yan's guidance, waves of pure energy surged out and swiftly entered the bodies of the 9 avatars. When the sun rose from the distant east the next day, the group that had rested for an entire night had already disappeared. Only a few traces of their departure could be seen on the ground covered in rubble. The group had already begun their journey once again. During the next few days, the journey was still arduous. However, for some unknown reason, everyone's footsteps had become much faster. Along the way, everyone used Xiao Yin as the core and did their best to keep up with the footsteps of this young man. Although the process was even more tiring compared to a couple of days ago, these people were surprised to discover that the strength within their bodies appeared to have become much thicker. In this way, the originally dull and boring journey actually made these people feel more energetic. By noon on the 3rd day, the environment around the group gradually changed. They could see a boundless mountain range at the end of their line of sight. That was where the main hall of the Northern Desolated Hall was located, the Northern Mountain. Chapter 991. At the same time that Xiao Yin passed through the desert, the Southern Hall Master of the Northern Desolation Hall, who had just broken through to the Origin Transformation Realm, was currently standing in the main hall of the Northern Desolation Hall. What did you say? The Southern Hall was destroyed? The Southern Hall of my Northern Desolation Hall was destroyed by a brat. You sure are competent as a Hall Master. A dignified, middle-aged man in embroidered robes sat on the main seat of the hall with a frown on his face. He angrily looked at the Southern Hall Master, who was standing in the center of the hall with his head lowered. His tone was extremely low. The destruction of the Southern Hall was due to this subordinate's negligence, and I am willing to accept the punishment. However, This subordinate was at a critical juncture of breaking through at the time and was unable to do anything else. That is why this disaster happened. I hope that the hall master can understand. The Southern Hall master clasped his hands towards the middle-aged man. His words were an apology, but his tone sounded more like he was asking for credit. Oh, breakthrough? You mean you broke through to the origin transformation realm? Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. A light flickered in the depths of his eyes as he asked a question that he already knew the answer to. Yes, I wasn't in the Southern Hall at that time. I chose another place to break through. Therefore, I didn't know what happened in the Southern Hall. When I returned to the city, it was already a mess. I couldn't help but panic. That's why I hurriedly came here to apologize. The Southern Hall master lowered his head, but his lips curled into a cold smile. Asking for forgiveness was bullshit. If he had not broken through, the person before him would not have spared him so easily. However, now that they were both origin transformation experts, the person before him would definitely be wary of him. There was no need to ask for forgiveness. Oh, so that's how it is. The Southern Hall master revealed an expression of sudden realization. Hearing this, the Southern Hall master smiled inwardly. But soon after, since you have come to beg for forgiveness, why do you have to emphasize that you have broken through to the origin transformation realm? What, do you think I can tell? Or do you think that I will be wary of you just because you have broken through to the origin transformation realm? The domineering voice reverberated in the hall. An extremely powerful aura instantly swept out from the middle-aged man on the main seat. The terrifying pressure caused the entire hall to buzz at this moment. Boom! A merciless pressure descended on the South Palace Master's head. Before he could regain his senses, the terrifying power had already pressed down heavily on his body. With a bang, he half-knelt on the ground, and his entire body was completely bent. Oomph! The South Hall Master felt a sweetness in his throat after he let out a muffled groan. A faint fishy sweetness surged up. At the same time, a rich horror crazily surged from the bottom of his heart. It was accompanied by an incomparable shock. He had underestimated the strength of an origin transformation expert. I don't dare. Only after enduring the terrifying pressure from the Hall Master with a deathly pale face did the South Hall Master understand that the difference between him and the Hall Master was like the distance between heaven and earth. Even though they were both origin transformation experts, his cultivation was far from being the latter's opponent. If the Hall Master really wanted to attack him, the outcome would be a one-sided slaughter. Oomph. You better put away your thoughts. You have to remember who is the boss in the Northern Wilderness. If you want to be promoted, you have to see how capable you are. Glancing coldly at the South Palace Master, the South Palace Master sneered in his heart. He had been the overlord of the Northern Barren Territory for so many years. He had seen all kinds of people and killed all kinds of strong cultivators. If the person in front of him could obey him, he would be his loyal dog. But if not, he could just kill him and raise him again. Get up. Now that the Southern Hall has been destroyed, it's too late to say anything. Although you had your reasons, the Southern Hall is still under your jurisdiction. Aside from something like this, you have to be punished. What do you think? Only after a series of cold words did the Hall Master withdraw his pressure. Since he had achieved his goal of intimidating the South Hall Master, there was obviously no need for him to force the South Hall Master. Otherwise, it would only backfire, which was not an outcome he wanted to see. At this moment, the South Hall Master was also shocked by the middle-aged man's terrifying cultivation. He did not dare to refute the man's words, so he immediately nodded in agreement. If that's the case, I won't make things too difficult for you. Go back and rebuild the Southern Hall. Make those who dared to mock my Northern Desolate Hall pay the price. Make them understand just who is the boss in the Northern Wilderness. Yes, the South Hall Master respectfully nodded. His half-kneeling body trembled as he climbed up from the ground. After rebuilding the Southern Hall, I'll punish you by prohibiting you from leaving the Southern Hall for 5 years. No matter what happens, you must remain in the Southern Hall. This will be your punishment for failing to fulfill your duty. What do you think? The Palace Master withdrew his previous cold attitude and spoke in a calm tone. The South Hall Master immediately nodded. Being prohibited from leaving the Southern Hall for 5 years was equivalent to nothing to him. Perhaps this was another way for the Palace Master to subdue the South Hall Master. After a few more words, the South Hall Master left the hall under the signal of the middle-aged man on the main seat. In the blink of an eye, the huge hall became empty again. The middle-aged man sat silently on the chair, frowning slightly. His right index finger, which was placed on the armrest, gently tapped on it, as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, in a dark corner of the hall, a faint and strange fog suddenly rose. It was like a ghost, passing through the stone pillars that supported the hall, and the lights on them were extinguished at the same time. TSK, 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 TSK. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to survive in the ancient tomb and come to the northern region. TSK, 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 TSK. A strange laughter came from the black fog. When the Palace Master heard this voice, he unconsciously twisted his body. Given his temperament, he was also afraid of this thing that was neither human nor ghost. He is the person you're looking for. The Palace Master's emotionless voice came out of his mouth. Looking at the strange black fog that was approaching him, the Palace Master did not hide the disgust in his eyes. The longer he interacted with them, the more he could feel their disgust. TSK, 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 TSK. That's right. We have been waiting for him for a long time. The person who is targeted by you will definitely have a terrible ending, the Palace Master said without any fear. TSK, 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 TSK. Palace Master, we will need your help next. As long as you can capture him, the higher-ups will be very satisfied with you. Only ask about the reward. Without any formalities, the Palace Master asked the question he was most concerned about. Yuan Wang. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. This time around, even the middle-aged man's expression involuntarily changed. In the past, when he worked for these fellows, he was at the very most able to obtain a small portion of the benefits. However, it was unexpected that capturing a small Dodi this time around would actually give him such an exciting benefit. What is the identity of this brat? He is actually worth all of you paying such a price for his life? TSK, TSK. Palace Master, the higher-ups do not like people who talk too much. A dark and cold voice was emitted from the black fog. Immediately, the cluster of black fog drifted away. In the blink of an eye, it once again disappeared into the dark corner of the hall. Chapter 992. 2 days later, Xiaoyan stood at the foot of the northern mountains. The northern mountains before him would become the greatest obstacle he would encounter in the northern sea. It was for no other reason than the colossus that stood there, the northern desolate hall. As long as he could cross the northern mountains, the rest of his journey would be much easier. Although this was the case, Xiaoyan felt an inexplicable anxiety in his heart when he arrived at the foot of the northern wasteland mountain. Perhaps it was because the Northern Wasteland Hall leader was an origin transformation expert, but Xiaoyan felt an invisible pressure from the outside world. Although the pressure was not heavy, it had already descended onto Xiaoyan's shoulders the moment he arrived. The heavy pressure caused Xiaoyan's breathing to involuntarily become a little hurried. Is this the power of an origin transformation expert? Even if they don't purposely release their pressure, they're still able to make others feel pressure despite being so far away. An origin transformation expert can truly be described as terrifying. Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim inside. He took in 2 deep breaths of the fresh air in the forest and followed the path left behind by the people before him. His footsteps were steady as he quickly advanced. Although the rest of the journey was not very far, the invisible pressure was still enough to make people feel fearful. Occasionally, there would be people walking past on both sides of the road. Xiaoyan was not the only one who was walking back and forth between the 2 places. However, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel surprised was that the people walking beside him did not appear to be affected by this pressure. Xiaoyan was surprised by this, but he also believed that it was because these people had been traveling between the 2 places for so long that they had become accustomed to it. However, this thought that was suspended in Xiaoyan's heart quickly disappeared. This was because he clearly saw the doubtful gazes that the passers-by around him threw at him. As Xiao Yan's footsteps continued to advance, the pressure above his head also became increasingly powerful. Within a short half an hour, each of Xiao Yan's steps had become incomparably heavy. Each time his foot landed, it would leave behind an inch-deep footprint on the ground. With the flow of time, the depth of the footprint was gradually increasing. God damn it, what's going on? The increasingly powerful pressure above his head caused Xiao Yan to feel an uneasiness in his heart. This kind of deliberate pressure was as though someone was intentionally pressuring him. Could it be? Thinking up to there, Xiao Yan's footsteps immediately came to a halt. He raised his solemn face and stared at the towering mountain before him. If the pressure was not directed at everyone, then only the person at the top of the mountain could give him the answer. You've discovered me? While Xiao Yan was raising his head, a middle-aged man, whose body was leaning against a chair in the main hall of the Northern Wasteland Hall at the top of the northern mountain, slowly opened his gently shut eyes. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as a faint voice was emitted from his mouth. At the same time, it landed in Xiao Yan's ears. Buzz! Xiao Yan's heart immediately felt as though it had been struck by lightning. His expression changed. His body shook and the pressure above his head was suddenly removed. His footsteps changed, and he instantly used the sky extinction steps. His body flew backward like a ghost. Damn it! It's the Hall Chief of the Northern Desolate Hall. How did he know that I am here? Xiao Yan was greatly shocked in his heart. The speed at which he retreated became even faster. In the blink of an eye, his body had already appeared out of the sight of the surrounding passers-by. This speed could be considered unparalleled among the elite Dodi. This brat actually removed my pressure so easily. His speed is also so fast. He is indeed not someone that an ordinary Dodi can compare with. The Northern Desolate Hall Chief could not help but feel surprised in his heart as he exclaimed. Even though this was the case, the cold smile that hung on the corner of his mouth did not disappear. Regardless of how strong you are among the Dodi class, a mere Dodi is just like an ant in front of this Hall Chief. At the same time that the cold laughter sounded, Xiao Yan's body, which was currently swiftly retreating at a lightning-like speed, suddenly became sluggish. The pressure above his head instantly pressed down. An incomparable force instantly caused Xiao Yan's body to be stunned and rooted to the spot. Regardless of how Xiao Yan struggled against the frightening strength, it was useless. Immediately, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan slowly became distorted. A middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe appeared in front of him. It was the Hall Chief of the Northern Desolate Hall. It is unexpected that you actually dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep. You have saved this Hall Chief the effort to find you. The middle-aged man's gaze swept up and down Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. The immaturity of this black-robed young man in front of him caused him to be extremely surprised. It was very difficult to imagine that this young brat in front of him was actually the prey in the eyes of that group of people. Just what was so special about him? You can be considered to have some ability to forcefully endure the pressure of this Hall Chief without collapsing. However, that is all there is to it. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and faintly mocked. Soon after, he gently waved his sleeve. A frightening strength immediately swept forward like a tsunami and heavily smashed into Xiao Yan's chest. Bang! Immediately, Xiao Yan's entire chest violently caved in. A large number of ribs in front of his chest suddenly broke. Even his internal organs suffered quite a lot of damage. His frail figure flew backwards like a broken sack. After drawing a parabola in the air, he heavily smashed into the ground. His originally serious face instantly became deathly pale. Fresh blood sprayed out as if it was free. His entire aura became weak in the blink of an eye. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. At this moment, Xiao Yan no longer had the time to consider how the person in front of him had discovered his identity. He knew that if he did not resist, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. With a thought, the bloodline power in his body immediately erupted. The golden elephant technique and the Force Elephant technique were completely activated. The heavenly flame within the vortex swept out without any reservation. Facing an origin transformation expert, if he dared to hold back in the slightest, it would bring about a devastating blow to him. However, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. However, Brat, you still don't understand just how insignificant a so-called Do-D is in the eyes of an origin transformation expert. Seeing that Xiao Yan had used all his strength to display all his techniques, the middle-aged man in front of him continued to mock him. At the instant that Xiao Yan stood up, the middle-aged man's extended palm opened in the air with his palm facing downwards. A palm gently slammed downwards. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body, which was covered by the heavenly flame, was smashed heavily into the ground by an extremely frightening strength. Chapter 993. Even though Xiao Yan had used all his strength, there was nothing he could do in the face of the absolute strength of the Northern Wastelands Hall Master, an origin transformation expert. Bang! Xiao Yan's body, which was wrapped in heavenly flames, slammed heavily into the ground. The flow of Do-Chi in his body and the support of the heavenly flames were instantly severed. Xiao Yan's strength was like a child's play in front of the middle-aged man. With just a wave of his hand, Xiao Yan was once again defeated by the middle-aged man. Incomparable shock rose in Xiao Yan's heart. The strength of the middle-aged man was the only one he had seen among all his opponents along the way. Even though he still had some strength left, he already felt powerless against this kind of strength. This was proof of the saying that in the face of absolute power, all means were useless. In the past, this saying was usually given to his opponents. Now, however, the tables had finally turned and it was given back to Xiao Yan. Brat, things haven't come to an end yet. You can't fall like this. At this moment, Xiao Xian's solemn voice finally sounded from the depths of Xiao Yan's body. Along with it was the latter's extremely enormous spiritual strength. Rank 5 spiritual strength. Brat, you must stand up. You must remember that your wife has fallen into the hands of your opponent. She is still waiting for you to rescue her. As a man, you must stand up now. No matter how strong the opponent in front of you is, you still have me to face it with you. Stand up. The order sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. The latter's body, which was crushed under the ground, immediately began to tremble intensely. Surging Do-Chi surged wildly, shattering the surrounding rock fragments into a pile of rock powder. His body, which had fallen to the ground, also straightened and slowly stood up. Buzz! In an instant, the vast spiritual strength turned into an invisible wave that swept out in all directions with Xiao Yan at the center. The frightening pressure that descended on Xiao Yan's head was once again forcefully blocked by the latter. His body, which had fallen, once again stood up. There is actually another spirit hidden in your body? It is merely an unorthodox method. The borrowed strength is ultimately not yours. Even if you have a rank 5 spirit in your body, it still cannot change the fact that you are a Do-D. The middle-aged man rubbed his eyebrows in surprise. Then he sneered. How do you know if you don't try? A low roar was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth the instant he lifted his head. Almost at the same time, his feet heavily stomped on the ground as a frightening energy poured out. The ground beneath Xiao Yan's body directly exploded as his body transformed into a pitch-black ray of light. Just like a ghost, he violently charged towards the middle-aged man. Stubborn. With a cold snort, the middle-aged man's body also shot forward in an instant. His right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely collided with Xiao Yan's head-on attack. Buzz! The surging spiritual strength was like the waves of the sea as it swept across the area. The rapidly charging figure of the middle-aged man immediately slowed down in Xiao Yan's mind. At the same time that Xiao Yan's right hand was clenched into a fist, the spiritual strength in his left hand crazily surged, agglomerating into an invisible hand that grabbed at the middle-aged man in front of him. Towering hand! Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. However, in the blink of an eye, the invisible hand had already firmly grasped the middle-aged man's body. The latter's charging figure also paused for an instant, after which he easily broke through the control of the towering hand. Spiritual strength? Just as the middle-aged man was feeling surprised in his heart, Xiao Yan's body instantly appeared in front of him like a ghost. His right fist struck out and heavily smashed into the middle-aged man's chest. Bang! A muffled thud was heard as the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly froze. The moment his fist landed, surging Genesis Qi rapidly gathered at the middle-aged man's chest. In the blink of an eye, it formed a circular shield that easily blocked Xiao Yan's attack. However, the latter's punch did not hold back at all as it landed on Xiao Yan's body. Bang! When the punch landed, the black robe on Xiao Yan's upper body burst apart with a bang. His entire chest violently sunk inwards. Fresh, bright red blood was spat out from his mouth. The strength that had just gathered in his body was once again scattered by the impact. This time, Xiao Yan's body finally collapsed. I've already said that even if you have rank 5 spiritual strength, a Do D is still a Do D. The gap between you and me cannot be made up for with external objects. The middle-aged man took heavy steps and approached Xiao Yan step by step. This time around, the latter's body was completely limp on the ground. The methods of the person in front of him were far beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought that he could temporarily control the latter with the help of his spiritual strength. However, Xiao Yan did not expect that the person in front of him was not affected by the heaven-reaching hand. Although you are not worth mentioning in my eyes, I still have to praise you. You are the first person in so many years to be able to touch my body with your Do D cultivation. Although he clearly knew that he had to kill Xiao Yan in front of him, what the middle-aged man had said was the truth. At the very least, no Do D had dared to attack him in the past, much less touch his body in a fight. Ahem, and should I feel honored? Forcefully supporting his body with great difficulty, Xiao Yan crazily agglomerated the scattered Do Qi in his body in an attempt to launch a final attack. In the face of life and death, Xiao Yan was definitely not an indecisive person. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was deep within his body, had already made preparations. Once the person in front of him tried to kill Xiao Yan, he would use all of his spiritual strength to try and delay the latter so that Xiao Yan would have the opportunity to escape. However, just as the middle-aged man arrived within 10 feet of Xiao Yan, his expression involuntarily changed. He suddenly withdrew his foot that was originally lifted. At the same time, his body also swiftly withdrew. Bang! Just as his body withdrew, the ground where the middle-aged man's foot had landed a moment ago suddenly exploded. A shocking explosion resounded through the clouds. The middle-aged man's expression also became gloomy at this moment. After his body came to a stop, he lifted his gaze. His gloomy gaze quickly locked onto a black-robed figure high in the sky. You are also an origin transformation expert. Don't tell me that you want to go against my northern desolate hall for a mere Do D? The middle-aged man's tone was deep. His cold words contain a warning. In the entire northern desolate region, even an origin transformation expert would not easily interfere when the northern desolate hall was mentioned. His words could already be considered a threat. Aha! You injure my people and even threaten me not to interfere. Do you really think that the northern desolate region belongs to you? Qin Su? Chapter 994. His calm laughter was filled with a domineering aura. What kind of power was the Northern Wastelands Palace? It could be said to be the most powerful power in the Northern Wastelands. However, the black-robed man's voice was filled with disdain. From this point alone, it could be confirmed that the black-robed man was definitely not an ordinary person. With regard to this point, Qin Su, who was on the ground below, immediately thought of it. There were not many people in the Northern Wastelands who could directly call out his name in such a tone. However, he seemed to have never heard of the person in front of him. In fact, even the other party's voice sounded so unfamiliar. What made Qin Su most suspicious was the person's words just now. He clearly said that the black-robed young man in front of him was one of his people. However, according to what he knew, Xiao Yan was clearly alone and did not have any power behind him. Of course, Qin Su was not the only one who was shocked by the latter's identity. Xiaoyan was also extremely shocked. The voice that came from the sky was still fresh in his memory. From the sound of it, it was clearly the sloppy old man who wanted to compensate him with pills a few days ago in the Scarlet Desert. It's actually him. At this moment, Xiao Yan's and Xiao Xian's hearts were filled with surprise. It was unexpected that this person, whom they had only met once, would intervene and save them at such a critical moment. However, just like Qin Su, Xiao Yan was also filled with suspicion. He had never joined any power. "Sir, you said that this kid is one of your people?" On the ground, Qin Su's face was gloomy. His purpose was to bring Xiao Yan back, but he did not expect that someone would interrupt them halfway. This made him extremely unhappy. "Why? Do you have a problem with it?" As he spoke, the figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Without any explanation, he directly stuffed a pill into Xiao Yan's mouth. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Qin Su behind him. While Xiao Yan was feeling shocked in his heart, Qin Su's dark and solemn gaze had also landed on the black-robed human figure in front of him. He was just about to open his mouth and ask when his gaze noticed the shiny badge on the latter's chest. The expression on his face instantly changed drastically. That badge belonged to the Alchemist Alliance. It was not only a representation of the latter's identity, but also a symbol of their status. An origin transformation expert who is also a member of the Alchemist Alliance. With his cultivation and identity, he would be an existence equivalent to the vice-chairman of the Alchemist Alliance. Alchemist Alliance. The muscles at the corner of Qin Su's eyes could not help but twitch. He clearly knew that although the Northern Wastelands Hall was an overlord in the Northern Wastelands, there were still quite a few low-key powers in the Northern Wastelands. The foundations of these powers were so great that even the Northern Wastelands Hall had to treat them with respect. As for the Alchemist Alliance, it was publicly acknowledged as a great power that could not be made an enemy of. This was because behind the Alchemist Alliance stood the strongest supreme power on the continent. The Pill Tower. Damn it, why would someone from the Alchemist Alliance help this kid? Qin Su cursed in his heart. At the same time, he hated that damn thing for not telling him Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist. Otherwise, he would have considered this point. "So, do you still want to kill him now?" The old man's expression was calm. His hands were behind his back as he calmly stared at Qin Su and spoke at a steady pace. The expression on Qin Su's face alternated between green and white upon hearing these words. Forget about the fact that the other party was also an origin transformation expert. Just the latter's identity alone was sufficient to cause fear to form in his heart. It was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan now. However, when he thought about the allure of the Origin King realm, Qin Su could not help but waver. As long as he became an Origin King expert, even the Alchemist Alliance would not be able to do anything to him. Even if the Pill Tower sent people, the continent was so large that he could still run if he could not defeat them. Currently, the most important thing was Xiao Yan. As long as he could capture him, he would have the opportunity to become an Origin King expert. So, it is a friend from the Alchemist Alliance. Since you have stepped forward, I will naturally not attack this kid. However, Grandmaster, you may have saved the people from the Alchemist Alliance, but do you think that the people from my Northern Wasteland Hall can only die in the hands of this kid? In the past month, over 10 elite Do-D from my Northern Wasteland Hall have died in the hands of this kid. Among them is a Deputy Hall leader of my Northern Wasteland Hall. If I do not settle this debt, how will I, Qin Su, be able to convince everyone in the future? How will the Northern Wasteland Hall continue to be maintained? Qin Su's eyes flickered. He mused for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. The old man narrowed his eyes when he heard this. His gaze stared intently at Qin Su. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Then what do you want? Why don't you hand him over to me first and allow me to bring him back? Let him personally apologize to the heroic spirits in my hall. After that, I will release him after appeasing the others in the hall. What do you say?" Qin Su hurriedly continued the conversation. This was exactly what he wanted. Do you think that I am a fool? If I really hand him over to you, whether you can bring him back or not is another matter. Do you not trust my Northern Wasteland Hall? Qin Su frowned and said in a deep voice, "Why should I trust you? Just because of your status as the Northern Wasteland Hall leader? Umph. I don't think I need to say more about the reputation of your Northern Wasteland Hall in the Northern Wasteland. Do you think that you are worthy to talk about credibility with me? Don't go overboard. Don't tell me that the people from my Northern Wasteland Hall have died in vain." Qin Su was immediately furious when these words were spoken. He took a step forward, and a powerful aura immediately pressed forward. The black-robed old man waved his large sleeve, and a large flame immediately shot forward. It forced Qin Su back by 100 steps. The frightening flame even burned most of the brocade robe that Qin Su was wearing, causing him to appear extremely miserable. This is the way of fire. Damn it, this old fellow has actually mastered the way of fire. Qin Su's expression changed. The strength of the old man before him was much greater than he had imagined. "Do you still want to try? I haven't fought with anyone in many years. Why don't I use this opportunity to exercise my limbs?" Qin Su had just stabilized his body when the old man in front of him took a step forward. A terrifying aura immediately pressed down on Qin Su, and the latter's face revealed an even more shocked expression. While he hurriedly retreated, he could not help but cry out in alarm. Late Origin Transformation Realm. Chapter 995. Under the intimidation of the old man's frightening cultivation, Qin Su immediately did not dare to stay any longer. He clearly understood the gap between him and the old man. If they were to really fight, it would be troublesome. After Qin Su left, Xiaoyan also stood up from the ground. With the medicinal pill that the old man fed him, the injuries in his body were quickly suppressed. The light injuries had already been completely healed, and only some of his internal organs and bones had suffered damage. It was likely that he would need some time to slowly recover. Fortunately, Qin Su's attack did not cause any irreparable damage to Xiaoyan. "Junior Xiaoyan, thanks Elder for saving my life." After standing up, Xiaoyan immediately bowed to the old man in front of him. He did not expect that this old man would actually help him after just meeting him once. This really caused Xiaoyan to feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Of course, part of this was naturally due to the old man's identity. However, what caused Xiaoyan to be curious was that he seemed to have never heard of such a person within the Alchemist Alliance. He had also never come into contact with the Alchemist Alliance in the northern region. Therefore, at this moment, the identity of this old man had become the main point that Xiaoyan was concerned about. "Ha ha, little fellow, you're not bad. You're even able to fight against that old fellow. Among all the Dodi that I have seen, you're the most outstanding one. The quality of your body is also not bad. After eating my medicinal pill, you were actually able to stand up so quickly. Not bad, not bad." After continuously praising, the old man clearly understood in his heart that although his medicinal pill had helped Xiaoyan recover from the injuries in his body, the fact that Xiaoyan was able to recover so much in such a short period of time was not only because of the medicinal pill's strength. More importantly, it was because of the quality of his body. Elder is too kind. This little trick of mine is nothing in the eyes of that guy. Xiaoyan shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. After that brief collision, he knew that Qin Su's strength was far above his. The latter's strength could be said to have completely crushed him. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, any fancy moves were useless. Haha, it's an honorable defeat. You're quite modest. Even if you're not the first person on the continent to be able to punch an origin transformation expert with the strength of a Dodi, you're definitely one of the few. You can accept this. A loud laugh sounded. Immediately, the old man changed the topic in front of Xiaoyan's surprised eyes and said once again, "Also, little guy, you don't have to call me senior anymore. This old man isn't some nameless senior. You have to call me president, got it? President? President?" Xiaoyan was taken aback. Although he knew that the old man was a member of the Alchemist Alliance, where did the matter of the president come from? Hee, looks like Han Dong hasn't introduced me to you yet. I'm Xing Qian, the president of the Western Region Alchemist Alliance. You joined my Alchemist Alliance through Han Dong, so don't you think you should call me president? The old man laughed. Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed when he heard this. Surprise immediately surged into his eyes. He had never expected that the chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, who had disappeared without a trace in the western region, would actually appear in the northern region. This really caused one to feel surprised. Xiaoyan's expression changed when he heard this. He could not help but sigh. This world was really small. It was really a small world. Fortunately, if he had not run into the old man, Xiaoyan probably would not have been able to escape death today. Xiaoyan had obviously heard of Shingon's name before. After all, he was one of the 3 peak origin transformation experts in the western region, the president of the Alchemist Alliance, and a Class 6 alchemist. How could Xiaoyan not know of such an identity? However, now that he had personally seen him, Xiaoyan still found it hard to believe that the crazy old man he had seen not too long ago was actually the president of the Alchemist Alliance. Junior Xiaoyan greets the president. When Xing Qian heard this, he immediately laughed heartily. However, he immediately put on a serious expression and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to defeat you." "Not bad, kid. However, don't think that you won't return the pill you owe me just because of this. I still remember this matter." Xiaoyan could not help but curl his lips when he heard this. As the president of the Alchemist Alliance and a Class 6 alchemist, why did he have to make things difficult for a junior like him? At the same time, Xiaoyan also came to a realization. No wonder Shingon had asked him for those 4 medicinal pills back then. It was likely because of the great Tao strength that Shingon had grasped. The Grand Tao of Fire was firm and ferocious. It was ranked at the top of all the Grand Taos, and it was precisely because of this that it was rather difficult to grasp. On the other hand, the 4 types of medicinal pills just happened to be the best medicinal pills to fuse with flames. Consuming them would naturally be beneficial towards condensing the Grand Tao of Fire. Hee, kid, I see that you're heading north. You're probably going to the Northern Sea, right? Shingon had obviously seen through Xiaoyan's goal as he followed him along the way. From the fact that Xiaoyan wanted to pass through the northern mountain range, Shingon's goal was definitely the most resolute. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on going to the Tiger Mountain range despite knowing that it was dangerous. Xiaoyan gently nodded when he heard that. Shingon could not help but suck in a deep breath as a serious light flashed through the depths of his eyes. Kid, the Northern Sea is not like the Northern Wasteland. Once you get there, you have to be extremely careful. I can't help you with anything, but I can tell you that while someone like Qin Su can stir up trouble in the Northern Wasteland, he's only a minor character in the Northern Sea. Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed when these words were uttered. Even an origin transformation expert like Qin Su could only be considered a small character. Just how frightening was the interior of the Northern Sea? Thank you for telling me, President, but I've already made up my mind. I'll definitely go to the Northern Sea. Xiaoyan solemnly clasped his fist. His face was filled with gratitude, but the goal in his heart remained firm. I know that you won't change your path, so that's all I can tell you. Although I can't help you with much, let me send you on your way so that guy won't give up. Once we pass through here and you're safe, I'll leave to do my own things. Then I'll thank you, President. Xiaoyan smiled. Soon after, Shingon extended a hand and placed it on Xiaoyan's shoulder. The latter slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, the two of them began to gently ripple like water. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared from the northern mountain range as if they had never appeared in the first place. At the same time, in the northern wasteland's hall, Qin Su, who had retreated in a fluster, cast his gloomy gaze towards a dark corner of the hall. After the two of them left, a ball of black fog slowly rose from that corner. Chapter 996. You still have the face to show yourself. This time, Qin Su did not hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, an unparalleled force immediately shot out and struck the black fog that had floated out from the dark corner. The force was quietly dissolved by the energy that surged out from the black fog. At the same time, a hoarse voice was emitted from within. Palace Master, why are you so angry? Even we did not know about this matter. We did not expect that someone from the Alchemist Alliance would actually save him. This brat is really lucky. Why didn't you show yourself earlier? If the two of us joined hands, would we be afraid of him alone? Now that you have seen your prey escape from under your nose, are you happy? Qin Su's heart was filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that this thing in front of him that was neither human nor ghost was timid, Xiaoyan would have already fallen into their trap, and the reward that they had promised him would have already landed in his hands. He would not be in this situation where he was actually chased away by the other party. Palace Master, you should understand that in the situation just now, once I show myself, my identity and location will immediately be exposed. At that time, the various factions will shift their attention to this place. Not only will we be exposed in front of everyone, even your northern wasteland palace will definitely become the target of everyone. At that time, forget about capturing Xiaoyan. It will be extremely difficult to even protect yourself. We have prepared in the northern region for so many years. We definitely cannot lose everything because of a moment of recklessness. Otherwise, even if we can hide from these people, once the higher-ups punish us, both of us will not be able to escape death. When these words were spoken, the expression on Qin Su's face was slightly startled. After pondering for a while, he coldly snorted and said, "Now that that brat has escaped, what should we do next? After leaving this place, we will have no idea of his whereabouts and will not be able to find him for the time being. As for this matter, I will report it to the higher-ups. Let's leave it at that for the time being." A voice that sounded like an order was emitted from the black fog. When Qin Su heard this, the expression on his face became somewhat unnatural. However, in the end, he remained silent and did not say anything. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. After a month of bumpy travel, Xiaoyan finally arrived at the extreme north of the northern wilderness, which was also the North Sea. The boundless sea filled Xiaoyan's eyes. Waves rolled on the surface of the sea, and the sound of crashing against the shore could be heard incessantly. Above the dark blue sky, there were large pagoda-like clouds that were as white as milk. From time to time, seabirds would fly past the surface of the sea, and their reflections in the water would complement each other. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes was an enormous city that sat on the surface of the sea, with the exception of the endless sea on both sides. Beijun City. This was the last checkpoint to enter the North Sea. At the same time, everyone who wanted to enter the North Sea had to pass through this checkpoint. Beijun City bordered the North Sea to the north and the Northern Barren Territory to the south. It was the main route between the North Sea and the Northern Barren Territory. People from the Northern Barren Territory could not enter the North Sea without Beijun City. At the same time, people from the North Sea could not return to the Northern Barren Territory. The reason for this was because the North Sea was so vast that even a Dodi could not easily pass through it. If one wanted to travel between the two places, one would need to be at least at the Origin Transformation Realm. Just this point alone was enough to show how vast the North Sea was. Therefore, any expert below the Origin Transformation Realm could only travel by boat if they wanted to pass through the North Sea. In the entire Northern Barren Territory, all the boats that entered the North Sea were under the control of a company called Ryuzua Square in Beijun City. It could be said that almost all the boats on the sea were under the control of Ryuzua Square. It was also because of this that Ryuzua Square became the #1 power in Beijun City. After arriving in front of the city gate, Xiaoyan was able to see a gray-robed old man guarding the city gate at a glance. From the latter's aura, he was clearly a 6-star Dodi. This kind of cultivation could already be considered extremely powerful in this place. At a glance, Xiaoyan could see a boat-shaped badge on the old man's chest. This was the symbol of Ryuzua Square. This old man was someone from Ryuzua Square. At this moment, every person who entered the city had to pay 50 low-tier spirit stones. Xiaoyan was no exception as he walked closer and paid the spirit stones. The gray-robed old man in front of him seemed to have seen that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary person. He cupped his hands together and smiled. "Mister, there's a relay station that I have set up in Ryuzua Square at the center of the city. You can rest there. Thank you for the information. Also, I would like to ask, where can I board a boat that enters the North Sea from Beijun City?" With a smile, Xiaoyan asked in a flat tone. "Mister, you have come at a bad time today. The nearest boat is currently under repair and the departure time will be delayed. Please wait for a few days. Once the boat is repaired, we will be able to depart." Hearing this, the gray-robed old man cupped his hands together and said apologetically, "Delay." His brows furrowed. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. He had just arrived at Beijun City, and he actually encountered such a situation. "How long will it take for your boat to be repaired?" With a frown, Xiao Yan asked again. "I'm not too sure about this. Our boat is supported by a formation. Because it has been in use for too long, it often needs to be repaired. I am not proficient in the repair of boats. I only know that it used to take 3 to 5 days. If it takes longer, it might take 10 days to half a month. I hope Mr. will forgive me. If Mr. does not mind, you can stay in the city for a few days, and there should be a result." The gray-robed old man shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. "Formation? Huh," Xiao Yan muttered softly. Immediately after thanking the old man, he entered the city. Seeing Xiao Yan enter the city, the old man helplessly shook his head again and bitterly sighed in his heart. After experiencing so many attacks from the sea beasts, the damage to the boat this time seems to be not small. Otherwise, with the president's ability, he would not need to invite other formation masters to help. However, those guys are not easy to invite. They are a group of tigers and wolves. After entering the city, Xiao Yan somewhat helplessly walked into the city. His heart recalled the words that the old man had said earlier. Finally, he helplessly sighed. Xiao Yan did not listen to the old man's suggestion. He randomly found a wine shop in the city and planned to rest for a day to eliminate the fatigue he had accumulated from traveling for over a month. He would wait until the next day to inquire about the situation. Chapter 997. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window onto the bed, Xiao Yan, who had slept soundly for an entire night, slowly woke up. The deep sleep completely expelled the fatigue that Xiao Yan had accumulated over the past 1.5 months. His entire being, from his body to his soul, felt much more relaxed. This kind of comfortable feeling was something that he had not felt for a long time. It is time to go to the city to take a look. I wonder how long it will take for the ship to be repaired. By the time he left the restaurant, the streets outside were already filled with pedestrians. The noise did not stop. The entire city had entered a new day of bustle. Walking among the crowd, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, appeared inconspicuous. However, his sharp eyesight was something that an ordinary person did not possess. Not only was there a post set up by Rendezvous Square in the center of the city, there was also a manager of Rendezvous Square. When he went there, Xiao Yan would be able to obtain some information that he wanted to know. In a short period of time, a large number of lofts in the center of the city appeared in Xiao Yan's line of sight. Without exception, the lofts all had the signboard of Rendezvous Square hanging on them. Moreover, the area that these lofts occupied was the best location in the northern military city. It must be said that this move by Rendezvous Square could be said to be very generous. Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in his heart. Just as he was about to continue walking forward, a sharp aura was suddenly transmitted from the end of the street behind him. The owner of that aura was surprisingly a 7-star Dodi. At this moment, the latter's body was flying through the air. His feet unceremoniously stepped on the shoulders of the pedestrians in front of him, and his body borrowed the force to charge forward. Although this person's actions appeared overbearing, most of the people in the city chose to endure in the face of the latter's strength. This was especially true for some of the passers-by who knew this person. They even threw disgusted and fearful gazes at the latter. Seeing the rapidly approaching figure, the passers-by around Xiao Yan consciously retreated. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan was the only one left on the street. Xiao Yan frowned. Just as he was about to dodge, the figure had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head and stomped down heavily. This time, it was actually aimed at the top of Xiao Yan's head. "Be a good stepping stone for me. I don't want to dirty my shoes." A sharp and domineering voice came from above. The figure did not care about other people's feelings at all. He did what he wanted, and his heavy feet were about to stomp down. Humph! A deep and cold snort sounded. The person above his head was fast, but Xiao Yan was even faster. Just as the foot was about to land, Xiao Yan's fist suddenly shot upward and violently smashed into the center of the foot that the human figure was about to step down. A frightening strength immediately poured out. With another soft cracking sound, the entire leg of the human figure above Xiao Yan's head was immediately twisted. The bones were broken, and the human figure's face instantly revealed a painful expression. He had never imagined that he, who had always been untouchable in the northern military city, would kick an iron plate today. Moreover, the rebound force of this iron plate was so frightening. The figure's body flew backwards uncontrollably. Immediately after, his entire body fell miserably on the street. A painful groan sounded from his mouth, attracting the attention of the surrounding passers-by. Seeing that this person was punished, many of the passers-by laughed bitterly in their hearts. This person only had himself to blame for today's outcome. I think your person is dirtier than your shoes. With a disdainful and mocking tone, Xiao Yan waved his sleeves and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with coldness. Bastard! Wild brat! How dare you hurt me? I want you to die. Resisting the intense pain from his leg, the figure climbed up from the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, a sharp Do-Chi light suddenly shot forward, directly toward Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan casually raised his hand and flicked his finger. An invisible force shot forward, easily destroying the opponent's attack. Damn it! After cursing fiercely, the figure raised his head, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. His skin was as thin as bone, and his eyes were sunken. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like a person who lacked energy. One could imagine how he spent his daily life. His two hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge amount of soul energy gushed out from between his eyebrows. It turned into a golden light, condensing into a small array in front of him. Immediately after, a sharp golden light shot out, once again meeting Xiao Yan. Oh, you're actually an array master? Unfortunately, you don't want to improve yourself. You're just a cripple. Xiao Yan randomly glanced at them. Other than disdain, there was nothing else in Xiao Yan's heart. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force also gushed forward, turning into a storm. In an instant, it annihilated the golden light, and the terrifying force easily broke the array in front of the middle-aged man. Immediately after, the invisible force turned into a sharp blade, falling in front of the middle-aged man's throat. The latter was immediately terrified. Just as he was about to fight back, a bone-chilling voice slowly came out from Xiao Yan's mouth. If you dare to move again, I'll cut your head off. The moment the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man's body violently trembled. The invisible blade trembled as well, leaving behind a ghastly wound on his neck. This caused the latter's body to immediately freeze on the spot, like a statue, not moving at all. Sir, I hope you can show mercy. However, at this moment, behind Xiao Yan, on the other side of Rendezvous Square, following a shout, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. In the blink of an eye, 4 old men appeared on Xiao Yan's left and right. One of the old men in a yellow robe quickly cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan and said respectfully, Sir, Master Jean is the array master invited by Rendezvous Square to repair the ship this time. I hope you can let him go for the sake of Rendezvous Square. After all, the ship is related to the journey of many people to the North Sea, so I hope you can put the interests of the majority of the people in the city first. The gazes of quite a number of people on the street involuntarily landed on Xiao Yan when these words of the old man were uttered. Currently, there were so many people in the city who were waiting for the ship to be repaired. Once Xiao Yan attacked and killed this so-called Grandmaster Jean, he would definitely become the target of everyone. In this way, the losses would outweigh the gains. In this case, this guy's surname Jean was not easy to kill. Everyone frowned. They also hoped that this guy's surname Jean would pay the price, but from the looks of it, their idea was not going to work. Even Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. When the old man noticed this, he immediately struck while the iron was hot and spoke again. Sir, you must also be a traveler to the North Sea. In this case, please put your own journey first. Don't delay your journey for such a small matter. Kid, kill me if you have the guts. Let's see if you will become the target of public criticism and pay the price for this. Huang Quan, let me tell you, I can repair the ship without half of the reward this time, but I will not allow him to board the ship. Otherwise, Chi. An insolent and strange laughter was emitted from the middle-aged man's mouth. However, before he could finish speaking, the invisible sharp blade chopped off his head with a chi sound. I told you not to move, but you don't seem to understand what I said. Chapter 998. With a chi sound, fresh blood splattered and a head fell to the ground. Even his soul had been shattered by Xiao Yan. However, in the blink of an eye, before the people present could recover, even the 4 elite Dodi beside Xiao Yan had not completely recovered from the words spoken a moment ago. However, that Grandmaster Jin's head had already been separated from his body. He was dead to the point where he could not be any more dead. After which, when everyone recovered, the expression on their faces instantly became one of shock. It was likely that no one present would have thought that Xiao Yan would actually dare to kill Grandmaster Jin, when he clearly knew that the latter's identity was related to the repair of the ship. Did this not directly confirm what Grandmaster Jin had said earlier? By killing him, Xiao Yan would definitely become everyone's target. Such a crazy action was really difficult for people to imagine that he would actually still insist on killing. This brat, has he gone crazy? By the side, the yellow-robed old man who had spoken earlier also had a face of disbelief as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was in front of him. He really did not dare to believe that the latter had actually killed Grandmaster Jin. Moreover, it was under the situation where he had already spoken first and advised against it. Brat, Jin Luan's character is indeed a little domineering. However, what Deacon Huang said earlier is also right. Once he dies, the repair of the ship will definitely be delayed. We cannot afford to wait for this time. Don't tell me that you want to take responsibility for this. Mister, your actions are indeed what we have always wanted to do. However, Deacon Huang is right. If you kill him now, it is equivalent to delaying the journey of so many of us. Mister, you cannot afford to take responsibility for this matter. Very quickly, dissatisfied discussions were emitted from the crowd. Numerous gazes that were filled with anger landed on Xiao Yan. Once Grandmaster Jin died, the repair of the ship would definitely be affected. These people had bitterly waited in the city for a few days, or even 10 days to half a month. Now that they were once again affected because of Xiao Yan, it would be strange if they did not direct their anger onto Xiao Yan. Subsequently, the 4 elite Dodi beside Xiao Yan also looked at him with gloomy expressions. The delay of the ship's repair was not only a loss to the pedestrians, but also a huge loss to Ryuzawa Square. Therefore, Xiao Yan in front of them could be said to have affected not only the pedestrians, but also Ryuzawa Square. Mister, please make a trip with us to Ryuzawa Square to meet the chairman and explain this matter clearly. Huang Quan said in a low and deep tone. He raised his large hand and grabbed at Xiao Yan's shoulder. Now that Grandmaster Jin was already dead, he could not allow this black-robed young man in front of him to escape for any reason. Don't tell me that your Ryuzawa Square invites people in this way. The moment Huang Quan made his move, Xiao Yan also frowned. Immediately, he let out a cold snort. His body shook and a powerful aura immediately surged out. The enormous strength forced the 4 people around him to take a few steps back. Shock immediately surfaced on their faces. They did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of them would actually possess such a powerful strength. Attack together. We must not let him continue. The 4 of them exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, their feet stomped on the ground in unison. Their bodies immediately shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. Each of them extended their hands and grabbed at Xiao Yan's body. For 7-star Dodi, under normal circumstances, this could indeed be considered quite a strong faction. However, in front of the current Xiao Yan, they were still far from enough. All of you are really going all out. Xiao Yan's eyes turned cold. His gaze swiftly swept over the 4 of them. With a wave of his large sleeve, Do Chi agglomerated. The soft sleeves immediately became as hard as steel. At the same time, they smashed into the chests of the 2 old men with lightning-like speed. Although the strength was not enough to seriously injure them, it was enough to send them flying. Bang, bang. The moment a low and deep collision sound appeared, the remaining Huang Quan and the other old man were actually struck once again. The speed of the 4-7-star Do Di appeared to be so unbearable in front of Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, the four of them had been defeated by Xiao Yan one after another. That fellow from earlier only has himself to blame. If all of you do not know what's good for you, don't blame me for being vicious. Xiao Yan's ice-cold gaze swept over the four miserable-looking people on the ground. He continued to stand with his hands behind his back. However, the aura that seeped out from his body was something that no one dared to underestimate. The hearts of these four old men were shaken by the great strength that Xiao Yan had displayed. However, they did not dare to make any movements behind him. The fate of that Grandmaster Jean from earlier was still in front of their eyes. On top of feeling helpless, they could only quietly complain in their hearts. This Grandmaster Jean was used to being overbearing. Now, not only had he harmed himself, but he had also implicated Ryuzawa Square. As for the surrounding passers-by, although they already had a grudge against Xiao Yan for killing Grandmaster Jean, their hearts were also filled with fear after seeing the frightening strength that Xiao Yan had displayed. They did not dare to act recklessly. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan, who was standing on the street, suddenly turned around. His brows were tightly knit together. A pair of eyes that were filled with a dense white flame once again looked behind him. A golden-robed human figure stood in the sky. An enormous spiritual pressure descended upon the sky above the city. The frightening aura caused the expressions of everyone in the city to change. Only Xiao Yan revealed an unresigned expression on his face. The people who had come one after another had already exhausted what little patience he had. If this person did not know what was good for him and continued to attack, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. With Xiao Yan's current strength, as long as the other party was not an origin transformation expert, Xiao Yan would not be afraid even if he was a 9-star Do Di. However, this person's strength was only at the late stage of a 9-star Do Di. It's actually the owner of Ryuzawa Square. With Grandmaster Jin's death, the repair speed of the ship has been affected. Naturally, the owner of the ship will not be able to sit still. Looks like someone has already reported this matter to the owner of the ship. The owner of the ship has already advanced to a 9-star Do Di a few years ago. This brat still dares to touch the people of Ryuzawa Square after killing Grandmaster Jean. I'm afraid that he is going to invite trouble upon himself. Exclamations immediately sounded around the street when some of the surrounding pedestrians saw this golden-robed human figure. At the same time, the golden-robed man's gaze landed on Xiao Yan below. "This young friend, is it you who killed Grandmaster Jean?" The calm voice contained both shock and helplessness. He had already expected Grandmaster Jin's fate, but he did not expect it to be at such a time. What was even more unexpected was that the person who had killed Grandmaster Jean would actually be a young brat. "It's me. Who are you?" Xiao Yan softly asked as he replied with a calm tone. "I am Lu Jin, the owner of Ryuzawa Square. You have killed Grandmaster Jean. This is no small matter. As such, I hope that young friend can give Ryuzawa Square and all the passengers of the ship an explanation for this matter." Lu Jin's gaze paused on the ladder as he descended. He glanced at Huang Quan's group of four, and a shock involuntarily flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of him was actually able to block Huang Quan's group of four by himself. This was really unbelievable. Chapter 999. Explain? How do you want me to explain? Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan asked in a neutral tone. "I don't want to make things difficult for you. I just hope that you can compensate all the passengers here in Ryuzawa Square's economic losses." Lu Jin opened his mouth, and Xiao Yan quickly followed suit. "How much?" 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Lu Jin's demand was really exorbitant. However, when everyone thought about it, it was understandable. There were many passengers on the ships in Beijun City, and Ryuzawa Square was the largest force that managed the ships. Now that Xiao Yan had killed Master Jean, the the ships would be affected, and the passengers in the city would also be implicated. To be honest, 10,000 spirit stones was not a lot. However, to ask Xiao Yin to take out 10,000 spirit stones alone was a bit too much. Slowly shaking his head, Xiao Yin decisively rejected the other party's request. He killed Master Jin because his actions were too extreme. As for the benefits of these people, he never thought about it, and there was no need to think about it. Xiao Yin was neither close nor acquainted with these people. Why did he need to consider their interests? It was because he thought that if this matter were to happen to them, how would these people consider his feelings? If these people were like this, the Dragon Pool Square was even more so. Xiao Yin did not owe anyone anything. These people also did not have any reason to accuse him of owing anyone anything. The reason why they would say this was merely because of the benefits in their hearts. Even if there were really a couple of people who had a greater influence, Xiao Yin would similarly not bother about them. What happened today could happen at any time in the continent. Could it be that those who caused all of this had to pay the price? The weak were prey to the strong. That was the rule of this world. There was no right or wrong here. Only the strong had the right to choose. Right now, this choice was in Xiao Yan's hands. Lu Jin in front of him did not have the ability to change anything. However, just as Xiao Yin chose to reject the person in front of him, a voice came out from his body. Lu Jin's eyes flickered slightly. Lu Jin, who was standing in front of him, furrowed his brows tightly. What had happened today could be said to have a huge impact on his Dragon Pool workshop. If he did not take action to control it, it would definitely attract criticism in the future. However, if he took action, he was afraid that he would leave behind a bad reputation of bullying the weak. After thinking for a while, Lu Jin frowned and spoke to Xiao Yin again. Young friend, I don't want to make things difficult for you, but this matter is very important. 10,000 spirit stones is the biggest forgiveness. Of course, if you really can't take out 10,000 spirit stones, if you can find a third order formation array master as well as Master Jin's. Master Jin was already one of the few formation array masters around Northern Military City. Because he had helped Ryuzawa Square repair ships for many years, he knew how important Ryuzawa Square was to Ryuzawa Square. Therefore, the latter did not fear him in Northern Military City. Now that Master Jin was dead, where was he going to find a third order formation array master? Of course, even Lu Jin himself held a trace of hope towards this request. Unfortunately, until the end, Xiao Yin still shook his head with a calm expression. I don't know where to find a third order formation array master. Lu Jin's face instantly turned ugly. Since there was no third order formation array master, he could only choose to use force. Ryuzawa Square's reputation could not be damaged because of this. Otherwise, no formation array master would be willing to help them in the future. However, I do know where to find a fifth order formation array master. However, just as Lu Jingang was about to become furious, the words that continued to be spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth caused him to be instantly stunned like a wooden chicken. An expression of disbelief immediately surged into his eyes. Even the passers-by who heard Xiao Yan's words widened their eyes and mouths. They stared at Xiao Yan with a dumbfounded expression. The shock in their hearts was no less than the former's. You, sir, are you serious? It was only after a long while that Lu Jin asked in disbelief. This was exactly what the passers-by wanted to say. Huh, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. With a thought, the white flames in the depths of his eyes quickly disappeared. What replaced it was a milky white color. Xiao Yan's own aura quickly faded and turned into a powerful, yet somewhat unfamiliar aura. This was Xiao Xian. At this moment, the person who was controlling this body was undoubtedly Xiao Xian. Almost at the same time that the flames dissipated, an incomparably vast soul power surged out of Xiao Yan's body and turned into an invisible energy storm that swept through the city. Buzz! Immediately, everyone in the city who felt this spiritual pressure felt dizzy. Even the expression on Lu Jin's face changed. He never thought that the fifth order formation array master that the black-robed young man in front of him was actually himself. This fifth order soul power, fifth order formation array master. The shock in his heart was uncontrollable. As he said this, Lu Jin's breathing became a little shaky. The shock in his heart could not be expressed with words. Is this explanation enough? Xiao Yan's indifferent voice came out of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, the person in front of him instantly came back to his senses. Then, he hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yan and hurriedly said, "Master, you must be joking. With your status, killing a mere Gene Xin is nothing. Naturally, there is no need to talk about an explanation. I spoke abruptly earlier. I hope you don't blame me." Although he was a fourth-order formation array master, Lu Jin did not dare to have any temper in front of a fifth-order formation array master. Even the words that he had said earlier were now shamelessly taken back. What a joke. The other party was a fifth-order formation array master with an extraordinary status. He might even be a consecrator of some large force. If he offended him, even Ryuzawa Square would not be able to bear the consequences. However, the thing that caused suspicion to quietly form in Lu Jin's heart at this moment was that the Xiao Yin in front of him appeared to have suddenly become a different person. The aura all over his body had become strange and long. However, due to the latter's great strength, he did not dare to make any wild guesses. The first step and then the second, the thought of it makes me laugh," Lu Jin said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Jin hurriedly smiled awkwardly and accompanied him. "I'm not here to laugh at you. I just want to know where the ship I want to take is." Lu Jin was stunned. Then, he hurriedly gestured to Xiao Yan and said respectfully, "The ship is currently in the process of repairing the ship's repair. The ship is currently being repaired at the port at the north gate of the city. I hope that Grandmaster can lend us a hand. I believe that the damage to the ship can be repaired very quickly. Of course I can help you repair the ship, but in return..." Xiao Yan's words once again made Lu Jin speechless. Repairing the ship would allow him to enter the North Sea sooner. Was this not enough to attract him? "Master, if you can repair the ship as soon as possible, it will help your journey. I believe that this ship will be repaired sooner or later. I'm not in a hurry to go to sea. However, I'm afraid that the profit of Ryuzawa Square will decrease a lot because of this. If you don't want to, then forget it." Xiao Yan turned around as he spoke. Lu Jin's expression immediately changed drastically. Since Xiao Yan had already revealed his identity, Lu Jin would definitely invite him back to help. However, this so-called reward caused him to feel somewhat helpless. Lu Jin nodded. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This was probably the former's revenge for his behavior just now. Rolling his eyes, Lu Jin hurriedly stopped Xiao Yan, who was about to turn around. He quickly put on a smile on his face and said, "How about this? In addition to sailing ships, Ryuzawa Square also sells some medicinal materials. If Master is willing, we can use some medicinal materials as a reward. Using medicinal materials used in alchemy as a reward to a formation master. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fallen out long ago. However, this time, Xiao Yan frowned and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Lu Jin saw this and hurriedly smiled. In this way, the two of them could be considered to have secretly exchanged blows. However, what Lu Jin did not know was that the fifth-stage formation master standing in front of him was not only a formation master, but also a fourth-stage alchemist. Pills were Xiao Yan's main path. Xiao Yan mocked in his heart. His expression did not change as he snorted softly. Only then did he speak in a somewhat unwilling manner. "Sure, but I want 10 batches of medicinal ingredients." Chapter 1000. Although Xiao Yan's request was high, Lu Jin agreed in the end. After all, as a formation master, even if he took 10 sets of medicinal ingredients, it would still be useless. Of course, this was only Lu Jin's thought. Although the others were suspicious, they did not dare to say anything. Then, under Lu Jin's lead, the two of them quickly arrived at the north gate of Northern Army City, which was also the port where they entered the North Sea. Sure enough, there was a huge ship there, standing there like a giant beast in the sea. The gigantic ship was dark gray in color, and only a small portion of it still had a pure black color. Most of it was covered in extremely eye-catching scars, and those were the proof of the ship's passage of time. The person who added the formation to this ship back then shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? Seeing the mysterious patterns that could still be vaguely seen in some corners of the ship, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across the depths of his milky white eyes. Lu Jin's body, which was originally slowly walking forward, paused slightly when he heard this. His gaze followed Xiao Yan's line of sight and immediately saw those mysterious lines. Immediately, his face involuntarily revealed a proud expression as he said with a smile, "Don't worry. That was left behind by the first owner of Rendezvous Square. He was once a rank 6 formation master and was a well-known figure in the northern region back then. Now, all the large ships in Rendezvous Square have been added by the owner himself. It is because of this that our ships have been able to last until now. But unfortunately, although his words were full of confidence at the beginning, towards the end, Lu Jin's face gradually revealed a lonely expression. Ever since the first owner of the Dragon Pool Square, there hasn't been a level 6 formation master. The strongest was only a level 5 formation master. It's because of the foundation laid by our ancestors that we've been able to come this far. Unfortunately, even so, when it comes to me, Lu Jin fell silent, and so did Xiao Yan. Looking at the shame that flashed across the latter's face, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian could not help but feel surprised. However, in the end, they did not say anything and walked silently. The two of them boarded the ship one after the other. A few minutes later, they arrived at the core of the ship's central secret room. The spirit stones on the ground emitted a sparkling white light, illuminating the entire secret room. A rich aura of energy filled the entire secret room, and most of the energy in the spirit stones converged into a huge formation that was shining on the floor of the secret room. At this moment, in addition to the spirit stones piled up in the secret room, there were two old men sitting cross-legged. A steady stream of golden light poured out of the two old men's bodies and poured into the formation under them. The spirit stones were used to maintain the formation's operation, while the golden light was the key to repairing the formation. Because I can't repair the ship's damage alone, I could only invite them. That Jin Xin was originally one of them. Seeing the two of them, Lu Jin immediately explained for Xiao Yan. He could hear a hint of helplessness in the latter's words. Yes, if Lu Jin was a rank 5 formation master, these two old men would not have the chance to sit here. The entrance of Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian immediately disturbed the two old men. The moment the two of them opened their eyes, a small golden light flashed across their eyes. Then, the two of them glanced at Lu Jin, then frowned and looked at the young-looking Xiao Yan. "Owner Lu, didn't you go to find Jin Xin? Why did you bring back a kid instead? Don't tell me you dismissed Jin Xin and called a kid to help us." "Nonsense. What can a brat who is still wet behind the ears do?" The two of them echoed each other, their words full of mockery. "Huh, Jin Xin is dead. He can't come anymore. As for him, whether he can be useful or not is not up to you to decide." Moreover, Lu Jin smiled coldly. Although these two were not as domineering as Jin Xin, they were not good people either. Every time he helped them repair the ship, the cost was ridiculously high. He had long had enough of these two. "What did you say? Jin Xin is dead? Who has the guts to kill him? Where is the person who killed him? Didn't you catch him?" The two old men's expressions changed. Jin Xin was someone invited by Rendezvous Square. Since he was dead, Rendezvous Square naturally had to take responsibility. "No, I didn't catch him. I invited him. In the name of Rendezvous Square, I invited this master to help repair the ship." Shaking his head, Lu Jin smiled and refuted the two old men's words. "What did you say? You're saying that this little brat, who hasn't even grown out his hair, is the one who killed Jin Xin? How is that possible?" Boom. However, this time, the instant the old man cursed, an extremely terrifying spiritual pressure instantly filled the entire dark room. The two old men, who were sitting cross-legged, actually did not have the slightest time to resist as they lay face to face on the ground. The two of them were fiercely pressed against the array. Their entire old faces became abnormally distorted. At the same time, endless fear instantly surged into the old man's heart. "If you dare say another word, I will tear your tongues apart." Xiao Yan's calm voice was filled with an overbearing strength. The two old men immediately used their indistinct voices to forcefully respond. Only when the pressure pressed the two of them until they were unable to breathe did a thought pass through Xiao Yan's mind. He withdrew the spiritual strength that he had unleashed, after which the two old men finally climbed to their feet while their hearts were filled with fear. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiao Yan as they admitted their mistakes. Lu Jin, who was beside Xiao Yan, saw all of this with his eyes. His heart repeatedly laughed coldly. At the same time, the words that Xiao Yan had given him earlier echoed in his heart. Kneel first and bow second. Thinking about it makes one laugh. It had to be said that this sentence was suitable for most people. Haha, Grandmaster. Next, we will rely on you to help us repair the formation on the ship. Seeing this, even Lu Jin's attitude toward Xiao Yan became even more respectful. The latter nodded slightly upon hearing this and sat down according to Lu Jin's instructions. The two old men hurriedly followed behind Xiao Yan. Soon after, the four of them entered a state of mind and began to slowly repair the formation under them using some special formation techniques. This time, with the addition of a rank 5 formation master like Xiao Yan, the speed at which the formation was repaired was undoubtedly much faster. While Lu Jin was pleasantly surprised, Xiao Yan, who had already handed over control of his body to Xiao Xian, also heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1001. The next day, after a whole day of joint repairs, Xiao Yan's ship was finally repaired. As a result, the ship could set sail today. This was great news for both Ryuzawa Square and Xiao Yan. After this, Lu Jin fulfilled his promise and gave Xiao Yan 10 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the elixir. These 10 sets of medicinal ingredients were the ingredients needed to refine the embryonic phoenix elixir. This was also the last elixir that Xiao Yan had promised Shingon. The trip to the North Sea would take at least 3 to 5 months. Within this period of time, Xiao Yan would be able to refine the embryonic phoenix elixir. Despite not knowing what kind of medicinal pill it was, Lu Jin's old face involuntarily twitched violently when he saw Xiao Yan take away 10 sets of medicinal ingredients needed to refine the embryonic phoenix pill. Even with Lu Jin's character, he did not know what kind of medicinal pill it was. Just by seeing those precious medicinal ingredients being unceremoniously swept away, Lu Jin's old face involuntarily twitched violently. He grimaced in pain. Helping Ryuzawa Square repair the ship not only brought forward the date of his departure, but also allowed him to obtain 10 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the embryonic phoenix elixir. It could be said that he had made a huge profit. As for Ryuzawa Square, although the medicinal ingredients seemed precious, it was not difficult for them to guess that these 10 sets of medicinal ingredients were just a drop in the ocean for them. Moreover, the ship repair would bring them the most profit. Just one round trip on this ship was enough to earn everyone in Ryuzawa Square a lot of money, let alone several ships going out to sea at the same time. In comparison, the medicinal ingredients were nothing. After receiving the medicinal ingredients, Xiao Yan boarded the ship with a burning heart. He could not wait for this moment. With regards to the North Sea and the so-called Beihai College, Hai Machin was already a little impatient. As the original body of Hai Machin's sea heart flame, not only could it help him increase his cultivation, the other part of the flame mantra in his hands was also something that Xiao Yan had been looking forward to for a long time. Other than this, there was also a slight throbbing deep within Xiao Yan's heart. For some unknown reason, he felt that he would likely obtain an unexpected gain during this trip to the Northern Sea. The passengers in the city also swarmed over when they boarded the ship. After paying countless spirit stones as the price, there were only 100 people who boarded the ship in the end. Even these people had to pay a huge price to board the ship. The ship began boarding in the morning. Only at noon did it officially leave the harbor and turn into the sea. Thus, Xiao Yan's journey to the Northern Sea officially began. At almost the same time, in the western region, after several months, Yi Luotian's group finally made their move again. In a certain natural valley within the western wastelands, there were numerous pavilions and pavilions. The valley was lush and verdant, and spring water gurgled transforming into a small stream that encircled the inside of the entire valley. Green smoke curled up into the air above the pavilions, causing this place to have a dreamlike feeling. This valley was actually like a hidden paradise. From time to time, figures could be seen walking between the pavilions. Although their clothes were simple, the aura that they invisibly gave off made one not dare to underestimate them. In this place, even the most ordinary person had an extraordinary cultivation. At the entrance of the valley, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, several figures quickly stepped into the place. Almost at the same time, the originally relaxed figures in the valley immediately revealed a vigilant expression on their faces. They looked at each other, and in the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared into the darkness. These people's movements were especially nimble. No matter how one looked at them, they did not look like ordinary villagers. Instead, they looked like a well-trained army. No need to be nervous, it's us. At the entrance of the valley, two figures stepped forward first. The person in the lead spoke in an indifferent voice. Immediately, the people in the valley relaxed. At this moment, the person who had spoken was Yin Hua, who had originally been by Qin Yun's side. The one standing beside him was undoubtedly Yin Lai. Besides the two of them, there were two other people following behind them. One of them was the sect master of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. The other person was a fellow whose entire body was covered by a black robe. His face could not be clearly seen. The two of you go in first. When the time is right, we will enter. The indifferent voice carried a trace of an order. Hearing this, Yin Hua and Yin Lai immediately nodded respectfully. Soon after, the tip of their feet tapped on the ground, and their figures turned into streaks of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The corners of Yi Luotian's mouth slowly lifted into a smile as he watched the two of them disappear in front of his eyes. His gaze swept around the valley in front of him, while ridicule continuously sounded in his heart. As the overlord faction of the Western region, you're actually willing to hide in this small valley. The so-called seclusion is complete nonsense. From today onwards, I want Qin Wasteland Maze Valley to once again dominate the Western region. Qin Shua, you should thank me. Hee. A sinister and strange laughter lingered around the two of them. Soon after, the surrounding environment quickly regained its calmness. The other people in the valley did not pay much attention to the two of them as they continued to busy themselves. Half an hour later, a loud bang was emitted from the depths of the valley. The entire valley suddenly trembled, while the expressions of everyone in the valley changed drastically. Numerous gazes simultaneously looked towards the deepest part of the valley. At the same time, Yi Luotian, who was at the entrance of the valley, parted his mouth into a smile. He glanced at the black-robed person beside him and nodded. Soon after, his body moved, transforming into a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in the air above the valley. Who dares to trespass into the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley? Immediately, an order was transmitted from all over the valley. It was like a loud and clear bell that reverberated within the valley. It was quite imposing. At the same time, several powerful auras swept outwards, pressuring Yi Luotian and Yi Luotian in the air. I'm the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. I have come to pay a visit to the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. With a cold laugh, Yi Luotian's forward-flying figure did not pause at all. As the words left his mouth, he transformed into an invisible energy wave that easily broke the surrounding pressure. Soon after, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the valley, he and the black-robed person beside him entered the deepest part of the valley in a flash. That was the place where Yin Hua and Yin Lai had entered earlier. At the same time, it was also where the Valley Master of the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was located. Chapter 1002, Northern Region, Northern Sea. On the third day after the ship entered the Northern Sea, Xiao Yin, who was sitting cross-legged in an independent room, slowly opened his eyes. After training for 3 days, Xiao Yin had already adjusted his body to its peak condition. At this moment, it was time to prepare to refine the embryonic phoenix pill. The embryonic phoenix pill was a rank 4 medicinal pill. Its quality was ranked high among rank 4 medicinal pills. Naturally, there would be some trouble when refining it. During this process, if one could adjust one's body to its peak condition, it would undoubtedly be able to provide some assurance when refining the medicinal pill. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind as he sat cross-legged on the bed. His spiritual strength immediately spread out and probed the current situation on the ship. At this moment, other than the 2 initial 9-star Do-D experts sent by Ryuzua Square to protect the ship, there were 5 8-star Do-D and over 10 7-star Do-D. The rest were all below 6-star Do-D. This kind of team could be considered powerful. After withdrawing his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan flicked his finger, and the heavy Luo Tian cauldron immediately landed in front of him. An ancient aura filled the room, causing one's mood to become calm. Using the Luo Tian cauldron to refine pills could increase the refining speed to a certain extent and increase the success rate. With the Luo Tian cauldron, refining the embryonic phoenix pill would naturally be much easier. As the heavenly flame rose within the medicinal cauldron, the interior of the green-gold medicinal cauldron immediately lit up, following which Xiao Yan waved his sleeve and medicinal ingredients flew out from the storage ring. Under the control of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, they were thrown into the medicinal cauldron. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, they began to rapidly refine. This refinement lasted for 2 months. Time was like quicksand between one's fingers, quietly passing by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had already passed. Xiao Yan, who had been sitting in the room for a long time, saw that the originally fresh medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron in front of him had all disappeared without a trace. Instead, they had condensed into a spinning round pill. Within the medicinal cauldron, waves of pill fragrance were emitted. After consuming 2 sets of medicinal ingredients, the embryonic phoenix pill was finally refined. Now, it had reached the final stage before the pill was collected. After a while, the embryonic phoenix pill would be completed. Rumble, suddenly, the sound of thunder reverberated in the sky above the azure sea. The sky changed color, and in the blink of an eye, the originally clear sky was covered by a mass of dark clouds. The entire world suddenly became dark, and a ship that was originally slowly sailing on the sea also stopped at this moment. The sudden change in the weather forced them to stop the ship and wait for the storm to pass. Everyone standing on the deck could not help but raise their heads. Their eyes were bewildered as they looked at the thunderclouds that had suddenly condensed in the sky. Most of their faces revealed a grave expression. Some of the experts who were in their houses also walked out of their houses because of the activity in the outside world. Their eyes were bewildered as they looked at the sky. What's going on? These don't look like ordinary dark clouds. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the thundercloud, the people on the ship couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some of them had even guessed what this strange thundercloud was. Is this pill lightning? Could it be that someone is refining pills on the ship? Everyone's eyes suddenly turned when these words were spoken. There was both bewilderment and excitement. The pill lightning had condensed. This meant that the medicinal pill had already been refined. This involuntarily caused some of the people on the ship to have evil thoughts. Now that the pill lightning had already been condensed, it was like riding a tiger. That mysterious alchemist would definitely take action to resist the pill lightning. The gap in between was the best opportunity for them to snatch the medicinal pill. Such a good opportunity was something that some desperados would definitely not miss. Chi! Suddenly, the sound of rushing air appeared on the ship. A human figure rushed out from a house below in a ghost-like manner. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in the sky. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His eyes swept over the people standing on the deck below. Immediately, he raised his head and stared at the pill lightning in the sky. The corners of his mouth were slowly lifted into an arc as he sensed the powerful destructive aura that surged out from it. "Ha! I've been waiting for you." Currently, his golden elephant skill was still some distance away from mastering. The appearance of the pill lightning today might just be able to help him make up for this gap. Chi. while Xiaoyan's body was standing in the sky, a couple of rushing wind sounds were quickly transmitted over. Over a dozen human figures swiftly surrounded Xiao Yan in the sky within a 100-meter radius of him. A piercingly cold expression surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he saw the greedy expressions on their faces. He had already expected the current situation. There would always be some people in this world who could not help but attack because of greed. The best way to deal with such people was to teach them a lesson in blood. Although these dozen people had surrounded Xiao Yan, none of them attacked. They were all waiting for the moment the pill lightning descended. As long as the pill lightning descended, Xiao Yan would not have the time to bother about them. They would also be able to use this opportunity to snatch the medicinal pill that was still in the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan ignored these people. He continued to raise his head. His pair of rippleless eyes contained some disdain. He coldly laughed in his heart as he quietly waited for the pill lightning to descend. Two middle-aged men stood at the top of a building at a certain spot on the ship. The expression on their faces, which were originally frowning as they looked at Xiao Yan, involuntarily changed. They had originally planned to intervene and stop the dozen-plus elite Dodi. However, the two of them had clearly seen the faint cold smile that flashed across the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Immediately, the thoughts in the hearts of the two of them were suppressed. Rumble. Faced with Xiao Yan's provocative eyes, the cluster of thunderclouds actually appeared to have come alive. It suddenly churned intensely. The earth-shaking, rumbling thunder repeatedly sounded. Frightening thunderbolts that were filled with a destructive aura would occasionally emerge from the thunderclouds. The frightening aura merely flashed past, but it still caused the hearts of everyone below to tremble. The pill lightning that was attracted by a Tier 4 medicinal pill was really becoming increasingly frightening. Even Elite Do Di would feel a fear in his heart. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the pill lightning that was attracted by an even higher tier medicinal pill would be. Bang! At a certain moment, just when the rumbling sound within the thunderclouds was about to disappear, an earth-shaking thunderbolt that was 1,000 feet long suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds. It carried a world-destroying strength as it violently hacked down toward Xiao Yan, who was quietly waiting below. At this moment, the expressions of the elite Do Di standing on the deck below involuntarily changed. Numerous solemn gazes stared intently at the frightening thunderbolt that was swiftly descending from the sky. The Do Chi within the vortexes within everyone's bodies also involuntarily surged out. They agglomerated into energy barriers of different colors on the surface of their bodies. At the same time, the two middle-aged men a short distance away also quietly circulated the Do Chi within their bodies. They would immediately intervene if the situation was not right. Almost at the same time, the dozen-plus elite Do Di surrounding Xiao Yan also flashed their bodies. Their faces carried a fiery heat as they charged toward Xiao Yan's house below. Chapter 1003. Soon after, Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his hands in a fist the instant that the earth-shaking thunderbolt descended. A frightening force wildly agglomerated in his palms. His feet stomped heavily on the empty air, and the invisible space under his feet immediately collapsed. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared directly under the thunderbolt. A fist was thrown out heavily to meet the pill lightning. Everyone below who witnessed this scene held their breaths and focused their attention. They focused all their attention on Xiao Yan and the thunderbolt. Such an earth-shaking pill lightning was something that even some of the best among them had to be careful when dealing with. At the same time, those 10-plus elite Do Di had also landed around the house that Xiao Yan was in at this moment. They were about to forcefully barge in. Bang! An earth-shattering collision sound suddenly rang out, and a terrifying energy wave swept out from the point of collision between the fist and the pill lightning. The ear-piercing energy explosion repeatedly reverberated beside everyone's ears. The originally calm surface of the sea below began to churn intensely because of it. Soon after, the people on the deck raised their heads and looked over. Their faces involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. That thunderbolt with a shocking momentum had actually been forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan's punch. The 1,000-foot-large thunderbolt in the sky suddenly shattered, transforming into a countless number of light spots that swiftly scattered. At the same time, the enormous thunderbolt strength had already poured into Xiao Yan's body. Under the wrapping of the heavenly flame, it roamed all the muscles in Xiao Yan's body. "Haha, awesome!" Again, Xiao Yan parted his mouth and laughed out loud as he sensed the waves of piercing pain that were transmitted from all over his body. He raised his head and looked arrogantly at the cluster of thunderclouds in the sky. His feet heavily stepped on the empty air, and his body immediately shot to the sky. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, a wave of muffled collision sounds appeared on the ship below. The 10-plus elite Dodi who had charged into the house a moment ago were easily thrown out by a frightening strength. Among these people, even someone with a cultivation as strong as a 7-star Dodi was ultimately mercilessly thrown out. Immediately, the gazes of everyone on the deck once again shifted. Those elite Dodi who had been thrown out all lay on the ground with swollen red faces. Their mouths were painfully moaning. This also caused the expressions of the others to change. Their hearts involuntarily felt surprised. There were actually other experts in that room. After the last person flew out of the room in a miserable manner, a human figure quickly followed and stepped out of the room. He swept his eyes over the person in front of him who wanted to attack again. His eyes suddenly turned cold. At the same time, his nose emitted a cold snort. His body flashed and appeared in front of that person in a ghost-like manner. Without any hesitation, he turned his body and kicked that person's chest. A frightening force immediately erupted like a flash flood and surged into the body of the person in front of him in an unstoppable manner. At the same time that a muffled sound was emitted, the latter's body also flew out, following which he heavily smashed onto the ground and was unable to get up. After finishing off an elite Dodi with a kick, the human figure stood proudly in front of everyone. His hand were placed behind his back as his gaze swept over those people lying on the ground at this moment. Immediately, the couple of elite Dodi, who were about to get up, hurriedly lay on the ground in a panic. They did not dare to move. His sharp and overbearing methods and powerful strength had really caused them to be scared out of their wits. After which, the human figure flashed back to the door of the room and guarded the medicinal pill inside. Only at this moment did everyone on the deck a short distance away clearly see the latter's appearance. Their faces immediately revealed a shocked expression. The latter's appearance was actually exactly the same as the black-robed man in the sky. This was the result of the 9 avatars merging into one. An intermediate 7-star Dodi who possessed nearly half of Xiao Yan's fighting strength was completely fearless against anyone below the intermediate 8-star Dodi level. Unfortunately, the strongest person among these 10-plus elite Dodi was merely a 7-star Dodi. Oh, no wonder he is so fearless. There is actually another twin brother guarding the medicinal pill. That's not right. Although this person's aura is powerful, his body is not an absolute entity. Instead, it seems to be agglomerated from energy. This is probably some kind of Do technique that can agglomerate avatars. Not far away, the 2 middle-aged men who had been observing all of this had similarly turned their gazes to the second Xiao Yan who had appeared. After some careful observation, the 2 of them immediately recognized the essence of the latter. TSK, TSK, TSK. Avatar, huh? It is actually able to raise its cultivation to such a level. This Do technique is likely quite extraordinary. Soon after, the faces of the 2 involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Their mouths also let out a sigh. Being able to possess half of the fighting strength of the original body, this kind of avatar could be said to be extremely powerful. This group of people actually have the delusion of having thoughts of snatching his medicinal pill. Hey, if this brat wants to kill someone, it is likely that they won't even have the chance to attack. TSK, TSK. While Xiao Yan's avatar on the ship below was displaying its great strength, the Xiao Yan in the sky was also violently colliding with the thunderbolts time and time again. The dozens of intense collisions caused a portion of Xiao Yan's body to become a little numb. Even his attacking action had become a little sluggish. Moreover, there were traces of fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. All of this was because of this pill lightning. However, Xiao Yan not only did not show any signs of being defeated under the dozens of attacks from the pill lightning, but he was instead in high spirits. The blood in his body appeared to have been ignited, and all the strength in his body was completely unleashed. His completely red and numb hand trembled slightly. Threads of electric current passed through his chi paths. His entire arm involuntarily twitched as a piercing pain was transmitted. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily parted. However, his eyes were still emitting a hot fire. Ha ha ha! It is indeed worthy of being a world. Not bad again. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart as he laughed out loud. Surging Dou Qi immediately surged to his arm and removed the numbness. Soon after, both of his hands were swiftly lifted. His 10 fingers moved together and formed a seal. At the same time, the surging Dou Qi above his head gathered. Very quickly, it agglomerated into an enormous finger. Desolation finger. An explosive cry sounded, and the enormous finger immediately shot forward. It violently collided with the frightening thunderbolt that was heading toward him. Soon after, an earth-shaking explosion sounded. The earth-shaking thunderbolt and the desolation finger were both annihilated. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous collisions lasted for hundreds of rounds, and the thunderclouds in the sky persisted for 4 hours. Finally, the pill lightning scattered. Everyone on the boat below was stunned. On top of being stunned, they also felt an excitement that was difficult to suppress. Using the strength of a single person to contend with the might of the world. Such a pioneering act really caused one's blood to boil. Exclamations sounded from the boat after the final pill lightning scattered. Even the 2 middle-aged men revealed shocked expressions. They looked at Xiao Yan in the distant sky and could not help but sigh in their hearts. It is really the case of the new generation surpassing the old. Look at us. Such a pioneering act is something that even you and I did not manage to accomplish when we were young. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1004. Xiao Yan only descended after the pill lightning in the sky gradually scattered. His body sat on the roof of the house. A thought passed through his mind, and his avatar turned into a ray of light that returned to his body in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan ignored the surprised gazes of the people on the deck. He raised both of his hands and swiftly formed a seal. Soon after, a golden-colored illusionary figure transformed into a golden-colored giant that rose from the ground behind Xiao Yan. It was the golden elephant mantra. At this moment, the lightning energy in his body had yet to dissipate. Xiao Yan wanted to use this energy in addition to the energy he had absorbed earlier to completely form the golden elephant mantra. As the illusory image rose behind him, the gazes of the people on the deck were once again attracted to Xiao Yan. Immediately, the expressions of many people changed slightly. Even the 2 middle-aged men standing on the pavilion could not help but raise their eyebrows. Although the golden illusory image behind Xiao Yan appeared illusory, everyone present could feel a faint pressure from it. This kind of pressure was different from Dou Qi or spiritual strength. Instead, it was an even more domineering and vigorous aura. Not only does this brat have a powerful Dou Qi, but he has also cultivated his physical strength to such a frightening level. The most frightening thing is that while he has cultivated these 2 types of energy to such a level, he also has such shocking attainments in alchemy. I have to say that his cultivation talent is really frightening. On the pavilion, the 2 middle-aged men looked at each other and saw the dense shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, the thought of roping in the latter rose in their hearts. With such a frightening cultivation talent, even if they could not rope him into their Ryuzua square, it would be their fortune to be on good terms with him. That's right, before we uploaded it, the owner said that there was a rank 5 formation master on the ship. However, He did not seem to be staying in the room that the owner had chosen for him. Now, we don't know where he is. That's right. It's probably because he's not at ease with us that he found a room for himself. This is also normal. Although this kind of person's spirit is strong, his do-chi cultivation would be somewhat lacking. Perhaps this is also one of his methods of self-protection. The two of them continue to talk. However, one of the middle-aged men suddenly looked suspiciously at Xiao Yin, who was currently sitting cross-legged, and asked doubtfully, "Say, do you think that the array master that workshop owner was talking about is him?" According to the owner of the workshop, that lord seems to be very young. Hearing this, the person beside him frowned. That was indeed the case. The rank 5 formation master that Lu Jin mentioned did indeed look very young. However, in the blink of an eye, he dispelled the suspicion in his heart and shook his head. It shouldn't be. That shouldn't be the case. After all, that lord is a formation master, and this young man is an alchemist. Who doesn't know that the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of formations can't be merged into one? Since ancient times, when has there ever been a case where the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of formations could be merged into one? Once these words were said, the suspicion in the former's eyes was greatly reduced. Soon after, when the two of them turned their gazes, they saw that not far behind Xiao Yin, a middle-aged man with blood on the corner of his mouth was quietly approaching Xiao Yin. This person was one of the 10-plus elite Do-Di that had been sent flying by Xiao Yan's incarnation. Moreover, from his aura, he seemed to be a 7-star Do-Di. Previously, he did not have the opportunity to hurt Xiao Yan. At this moment, this fellow actually wanted to secretly attack after seeing that Xiao Yan was concentrating on practicing the Golden Elephant skill. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yan's back was facing him and he could not see it, he was similarly unable to see it. At this moment, there was a thumb-sized black steel needle quietly floating in Xiao Yan's sleeve. However, in the next moment, before that middle-aged man could arrive behind Xiao Yan, the two middle-aged men in embroidered robes on the building moved first. Their bodies were like ghosts as they arrived in front of that person in the blink of an eye. They pressed their hands on the latter's shoulders, and a frightening aura spread outwards. Immediately, the middle-aged man was suppressed until he knelt on the building. "Mister, don't tell me that you haven't caused enough trouble for the previous matter?" Their sharp gazes stared at the middle-aged man as a powerful pressure descended on his head. Immediately, an endless amount of fear caused the unwillingness and killing intent in his eyes to disappear. At the same time, the other middle-aged man in embroidered robes had an extremely solemn gaze that landed on Xiao Yan's body at this moment. At this moment, he was merely a few dozen feet away from Xiao Yan. It was also because of this that he could vaguely sense the extremely obscure strength that was transmitted from Xiao Yan's sleeve. It was sufficient to cause him to feel fear in his heart. What a frightening strength. That thing, just what is it? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly shrunk. Soon after, he swiftly brought the person who had launched a sneak attack down from the roof with the former. Soon after, the obscure aura that had seeped out from Xiao Yan's sleeve quietly scattered. Only then did the former sigh in relief in his heart. However, the eyes of this middle-aged man in embroidered robes involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when he looked at Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan withdrew the steel needle, he became even more focused on the formation of the Golden Elephant skill. Unlike the Force Elephant skill, which was firm and fierce, the Golden Elephant skill was a defensive Do technique. It was able to control and utilize one's physical strength to the greatest extent. In a situation where one did not rely on Do Chi, one could use one's physical strength to agglomerate a defensive barrier that had the ability to withstand thousands of tribulations. At the peak of refinement, even some defensive Do techniques could not compare with it. From this, one could see just how overbearing the Golden Elephant skill was. Now, what Xiao Yan needed to do was to withdraw the Golden Elephant skill virtual image that had been released from his body into his body and agglomerate it on the surface of his body to form a protective barrier. From there, he would be able to master the Golden Elephant skill. Of course, this action could be described as simple. However, it was extremely difficult to actually do it. Xiaoyan needed to perfectly control all of the physical strength in his body. He needed to compress and agglomerate it to the greatest extent. He needed to agglomerate something that did not seem to exist. He needed to agglomerate the purest strength on the surface of his body, like Do Qi. It could be said that if one wanted to do this, one would not be able to do it without understanding the physical strength. In order to successfully agglomerate the golden elephant skill, Xiaoyan needed to first have a deeper understanding of his physical strength. He needed to successfully control this thing that was even more illusory and ethereal than Do Qi in his mind. And this process was destined to be slow. However, it seemed that this world did not intend to give Xiaoyan any more time. Just as he was fully focused on practicing the golden elephant skill, a frightening danger was rapidly approaching from below the huge ship. Splash! Suddenly, an earth-shaking wave shot into the sky. The originally calm surface of the sea began to ripple intensely like a pond that had a huge rock thrown into it. The seawater flowed backwards, and the sea region where the ship was located actually caved in. At the same time, the surface of the sea once again exploded in front of and behind the ship. Soon after, two ferocious-looking huge sea beasts suddenly charged out from under the water and blocked the ship's path. Damn it! Were these beasts attracted by the pill lightning earlier? Everyone on the ship, be alert. Activate the defensive formation. Everyone on the ship, enter battle mode. The two colorful-robed men rushed into the sky one after another. A golden light swiftly rose from the exterior of the ship when a loud cry from their mouths sounded. In the blink of an eye, it had already wrapped around the entire ship. Chapter 1005. Roar. An earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the sea. The color of the sky changed because of it. The thunderclouds had just dispersed, but in the blink of an eye, the entire sea became dark again, as if night was approaching. Raging waves rolled on the surface of the sea, splashing water in all directions. Shockingly huge waves that were hundreds of feet high continuously slammed into the sea around the ship, causing the entire ship to sway left and right. If it wasn't for the protection of the golden light that allowed the ship to maintain its center of gravity, everyone on the ship would have fallen into the sea and been swallowed by the boundless sea. At this moment, after the two nine-star Do Emperors from Rizwa Square shouted, all the passengers on the ship had entered battle mode. Of course, Xiaoyan was an exception. At this moment, the latter was still obsessed with the condensation of the golden elephant tactic. As time passed, the virtual image of Ling Tian behind him had shrunk by more than half. However, the further he progressed, the more difficult the condensation process became. It was no longer as easy as it was at the beginning. Instead, the compression and condensation of every trace of power became as difficult as wringing a towel. At this moment, even though the golden light that condensed on the surface of Xiaoyan's body was much more solid than before, it was still a distance away from becoming a real entity. Fortunately, with Xiaoyan's temperament, the more it was like this, the calmer he became, and the more stable he was in condensing. Xiaoyan's countless experiences of growth in the past made him very clear that the more anxious he was when facing difficulties, the more he would be wary of them. On the other hand, being calm and unhurried could allow one to grow imperceptibly. The power that one obtained in this way, no matter how much it was, would only be beneficial to oneself. On the contrary, if one was eager for quick success and quick benefits, even if one obtained a seemingly powerful power, it would only be a one-sided power. On Xiaoyan's side, the condensation still required some time. However, the two huge sea beasts that surrounded everyone from the front and back of the ship could not wait any longer. The two giant beasts were like mountains that rose out of the sea. They attacked from the front and back, blocking the ship's path. The waves violently slammed against the hull of the ship as the giant beasts swayed. The golden light that enveloped the ship buzzed and shone brightly, blocking the waves. At this moment, everyone on the ship also flew up into the air. Their Do Qi gushed out from their bodies, ready to attack at any time. Damn it, it's the bramble sea lions, and there are actually two of them. Quick, turn the ship around and leave this place immediately." Seeing the two giant sea beasts emerging from the sea, the faces of the two middle-aged men on the ship immediately became ugly. At the same time, the other people on the ship who heard the name of the giant beasts could not help but show an extremely worried look on their faces. Some people's bodies even trembled uncontrollably. The bramble sea lion, as its name suggested, was a thorn-like existence in the sea. Because of its own characteristics, it had many tentacles growing on its body. Although these tentacles were not very aggressive, under the control of the bramble sea lion, those tentacles were like huge thorns, wrapping the entire ship from the bottom of the ship, making it impossible for the ship to escape from the sea controlled by the bramble sea lion. In the end, the energy of the formation on the ship would be exhausted, and the ship would be dragged to the bottom of the sea. Naturally, all the human experts on the ship would not be able to survive. Such an example not only applied to the ships in the sea, but also to some of the other Overlord-class sea beasts in the sea. Under the terrifying confinement ability of the bramble sea lion, most of the sea beasts under its control would eventually die from exhaustion. Even a magic beast that lived in the sea would face such danger, let alone the humans. Although there were 2-9 Stardow D on the ship, unfortunately, the two of them only had the strength of an initial 9 Stardow D. The two giant beasts in front of them both had the strength of an intermediate 9 Stardow D. Just in terms of cultivation, the two of them were inferior to the two giant beasts. Therefore, it was obviously impossible to rely on brute force to escape from danger. Amidst the tumbling sea, the surface of the sea below the ship was deeply sunken, like a whirlpool, firmly confining the ship here. The huge behemoths attacked from the front and back. Under the sea, countless tentacles like thorns climbed to the bottom of the ship. Once the ship was completely confined here, the two behemoths would launch their attack. On the ship, the 2-9 Stardow D continuously gave out orders. In the ship's control room, the crew tried their best to control the rudder of the ship. However, the resistance against the hull of the ship was increasing. Even though they tried their best, they could only slightly change the direction of the ship. When they were panting, the ship once again returned to its original angle under the deliberate control of the two huge beasts. "Damn it! Everyone attack! Hold these two beasts back!" Seeing that the situation was not good, everyone hurriedly joined forces and attacked. Hundreds of people formed hand seals and dough skills gathered. Bright lights that were like stars in the night sky shone in this sea, after which they wildly bombarded the two giant beasts. However, these two thorny sea lions were not ordinary creatures. Their powerful strength allowed them to easily block most of the attacks. Only the dough skills of the 2-9 Stardow D on the ship were able to leave some damage on their bodies. The waves are like a tall wall blocking in front of everyone. While it repeatedly slammed against the formation, it also blocked most of the attacks. As for the 2-9 Stardow D, they had no choice but to face it head-on. Unfortunately, after a couple of hours, although the two giant beasts were seriously injured, the 2-9 Stardow D were even more seriously injured. At this moment, not only were the two of them covered with injuries, one of them had his shoulder pierced by the giant beast. Helpless, they could only return to the deck. Bang, bang, bang. A countless number of tentacles that were as thick as an adult's thigh rushed out from the surface of the sea. They swiftly clung onto the light formation. Like wildly growing vines, they swiftly covered the entire ship from bottom to top. Within a couple of hours, the two giant beasts had not only controlled the bottom of the ship, but they were also attempting to use their tentacles to wrap around the entire ship. In that case, everyone on the ship would not even have the chance to escape. A frightening strength surged from them. The ship, which was originally floating steadily on the surface of the sea, suddenly swayed. The bodies of everyone on the ship swayed, after which they clearly saw that the ship was sinking deeper and deeper into the water. These two thorny sea lions were planning to drag the entire ship to the bottom of the sea. The formation that wrapped around the ship could only guarantee that the ship would not be damaged. However, it could not guarantee that the ship would not be dragged to the bottom of the sea. Once that happened, Even if the formation could guarantee that the ship would not be swallowed by the sea for a short period of time, once the formation was broken, only death would await them. Immediately, an endless amount of panic immediately surged into everyone's hearts. Other than the struggle in their hearts, everyone on the ship used all their strength to attack. Everyone did not hold back as the Do Chi within their bodies surged out. Numerous Do skills were continuously thrown out, repeatedly bombarding the tentacles that were spreading toward the top of the ship in an attempt to stop the thorny sea lions from sinking the ship. However, no matter how hard the people on the ship tried, those tentacles still managed to occupy over half of the ship after a long delay. Moreover, nearly half of the ship had already sunk into the sea. The situation became increasingly tense. Everyone watched the sky above their heads gradually being covered by numerous thick tentacles. Unknowingly, a sense of loss and despair began to climb into their hearts like the vines that covered the ship. The originally intense bombardment gradually slowed down. In the end, even the 2-9 Star Do D unwillingly put down their hands. The formation was still there, but the hope in the hearts of the people on the ship had already been shrouded by despair. Faced with such a crisis, they did not seem to have any chance of winning. This guy, at such a time, what is the use of gradually slowing down? Looking at Xiao Yan, who was still sitting cross-legged on the roof, someone from the dejected crowd could not help but helplessly say this. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to scold the latter. Once these words were spoken, many people on the ship turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan. Most of them were like the former. They merely glanced at him and then ignored him. On the other hand, the 2-9 Star Do D from Rizua Square had an inexplicable glimmer of light in their hearts. For some unknown reason, after seeing the latter again, the two of them had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts that they and this ship had not truly reached the point of despair. In front of them, there was still a chance of survival waiting for them. The two of them swiftly exchanged glances with each other, after which they raised their heads at the same time. There was still a small area of the sky above their heads that was not covered by the tentacles. The two of them parted their mouths and smiled. Since the sky above their heads was still there, how could the hope in their hearts be so easily extinguished? Buzz! At almost the same time, the illusionary image behind Xiao Yan, who had been sitting cross-legged for a couple of hours, finally completely disappeared. Instead, it agglomerated into a layer of solid golden barrier on the surface of his body. This was the result of the complete agglomeration of the golden elephant skill. At the same time, it also represented that the golden elephant skill that Xiao Yan had practiced had reached the advanced stage. The golden body agglomerated, the golden elephant skill completed. A dazzling golden light erupted from Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, the light contained an incomparable pressure that caused everyone present to involuntarily fall to the ground. After which, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened at this moment. In an instant, two dense white flame beams shot out from his eyes. With just a glance, it easily shattered the bramble sea lion's tentacles that covered the top of the ship. It even penetrated through the clouds in the sky, allowing sunlight to scatter down and shine on the ashen faces of everyone on the ship. Chapter 1006. Standing on the roof, Xiao Yan casually glanced at the countless strange-looking tentacles that still covered more than half of the ship. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. While the others were staring at him, Xiao Yan tapped the roof with the tip of his foot. His figure suddenly shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the top of the ship. From here, he could clearly see the rapidly spreading tentacles. At the same time, he could also clearly see the huge bodies of the two giant beasts outside the tentacles. Two intermediate 9 Star Do D beasts. Their strength is not weak. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his mouth. Immediately, he violently charged out of the formation from a spot where the tentacles were denser in front of everyone's eyes. With a bang, a large number of tentacles turned into fragments that filled the sky and fell down in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared outside the large formation and was facing the two bramble sea lions. Everyone on the deck eyed Xiao Yan, who had easily destroyed the bramble sea lion's tentacle. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, a thread of hope once again rose from the bottom of these people's hearts, which were originally filled with despair because of Xiao Yan. Bang! At this moment, the two 9-star Do D were the first to launch an attack. The surging Do Chi condensed into two powerful Do skills and fiercely bombarded the tentacles, shattering a large number of tentacles. With this scene appearing again, the surrounding people on the deck were immediately encouraged. One by one, they stood up and led by the hope that rose in their hearts. With scarlet eyes, they used all their strength to display their trump cards. The continuous bombardment caused the hearts of these people to be unconsciously united. The strength that came from the bottom of their hearts caused them to quickly become tacit. Their attacks were no longer chaotic. Instead, they formed a kind of special tacit understanding. For a moment, they actually succeeded in forcing the remaining tentacles to retreat. This also caused the hearts of these people to become even more fiery. Like a spark of hope, at this moment, was burning fiercely in the tentacles. The fire of hope was rising higher and higher, like a prairie fire, rose in the hearts of these people. This was called a single spark can start a prairie fire. And the person who lit this spark was Xiao Yan, who was currently being chased by the two giant beasts outside the formation. Chi chi chi. The sound of air breaking was like raindrops that densely resounded in Xiao Yan's ears. Thick tentacles rapidly flew in front of and behind Xiao Yan. The tentacles that should have touched Xiao Yan's body were easily dodged at the most critical moment. As for those that could not be dodged, Xiao Yan easily destroyed them. Xiao Yan, bye. When the countless tentacles tightened around each other, Xiao Yan's body was bound tightly. It was no surprise. The countless tentacles already possessed an extraordinary toughness under the support of Do Chi. Adding the fact that they were bound in such a manner, it was likely that even a 9-star Do D would not be able to escape within a short period of time. At this moment, the two giant beasts also grabbed this opportunity to extend even more tentacles. Under the cover of Do Chi, they carried an incomparably sharp aura as they penetrated through the air and viciously pierced toward the bound Xiao Yan. In such a situation, once those tentacles penetrated one's body, even if one did not die, it would definitely leave behind quite a serious injury. This scene was naturally seen by the crowd on the deck, who had already gotten rid of most of the tentacles. Immediately, everyone's hearts involuntarily clenched together. Currently, Xiao Yan could be said to be their spiritual support. Once the latter was defeated in this manner, this group of people who had just pulled themselves together with great difficulty would once again collapse to the ground in the blink of an eye. If they were dispirited again this time around, they would no longer have the possibility of standing up again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, just as those tentacles firmly bound Xiao Yan, within a short span of a few breaths, everyone clearly saw numerous dazzling golden lights shoot out from deep within the cluster of tentacles. Soon after, numerous cracks swiftly spread from the countless tentacles. Without waiting for more tentacles to shoot toward Xiao Yan, the large cluster of tentacles that bound Xiao Yan suddenly exploded with a muffled bang. Dang, 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 dang. Soon after, intense collision sounds once again sounded. Those tentacles covered in Do Chi violently collided with Xiao Yan's body. His body, which was covered in golden light, did not move at all. On the other hand, those tentacles that collided with the golden light suddenly exploded in an instant. The collision between the two was as weak as an egg striking a rock. After a few minutes of intense collision, Xiao Yan's body still did not move at all. Even the golden light on the surface of his body did not scatter at all. This was the dominance of the golden elephant skill. Hua! Seeing this scene, the people on the ship immediately burst into an uproar. At the same time, a blazing fire of hope ignited in their eyes, and their attacks became even more ferocious. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, suddenly let out a violent roar. The invisible sound wave seemed to contain a powerful force. Wherever it passed, those tentacles that were charging toward the ladder once again broke inch by inch. I'm still in a hurry, so I won't play with you guys anymore. As the faint sentence fell from his mouth, Xiao Yin waved his sleeve. The dense white flames immediately turned into a raging wave of flames, sweeping toward the tentacles that wrapped around the ship in an overwhelming manner. Soon after, everyone on the ship clearly saw that wherever the flames passed, all the tentacles were strangely frozen. Then, under the shocked gazes of these people, they shattered into countless ice shards and fell into the vast sea. In just a short moment, those tentacles that were wrapped around the ship a moment ago had all fallen into the sea. At the same time, the ship also regained its original control. That's heavenly flame? A flame that can freeze things. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the bone-freezing flame, ranked 11th on the heavenly flame list. Who exactly is he to be favored by the heavenly flame? Suddenly, the people on the ship recognized the flame and could not help but be curious about Xiao Yan. Of course, more than this, was naturally the latter's timely intervention and saving their lives. At the same time, Xiao Yan's figure appeared above the head of a bramble sea lion in a ghost-like manner. When the latter saw that Xiao Yan had arrived in front of it, it opened its bloody mouth and viciously bit at Xiao Yan. At the same time, another bramble sea lion in the sky behind Xiao Yan also shot out countless tentacles. They were like a rain of arrows that filled the sky as they furiously shot at Xiao Yan. In response to the attack behind him, Xiao Yan blasted out with his palm. The flame palm print rose sharply against the wind and easily swallowed the countless tentacles. Then, his body suddenly rushed down, dodging the attack of the bramble sea lion below, landing on the latter's head. His hands clenched into fists, blue veins popping out, and a terrifying power suddenly condensed in the palm of his hand. Then he mercilessly smashed down. Bang! The fist fell and immediately left a huge pit on the beast's head. Its flesh and blood were separated, revealing the white bones. The giant beast's huge body, which was above the surface of the sea, sank uncontrollably. Half of its body directly sank into the sea, and a huge footprint was left on its broad back. Before the giant beast could struggle again, Xiao Yin continued to attack. His right hand spread out, and the dou qi condensed in the palm of his hand. Soon, it turned into a thumb-sized black light spot. Great heaven creation palm! With a low shout in his heart, Xiao Yan's right palm fell on the head of the bramble sea lion. A terrifying, devouring power suddenly spread out, and the giant beast below him roared. In a short moment, it was completely submerged in the great heaven creation palm. Even the surrounding sea was swallowed by the great heaven creation palm. The seawater poured in, and the ship, which had just stabilized, shook violently. The people on the ship were shocked. When they came back to their senses, the thorny sea lion, which was originally at the stir of the ship, was nowhere to be seen. What a terrifying dou skill! In an instant, everyone on the ship was shocked. Even the other bramble sea lion also felt the terror of this human. Its huge body quickly turned and dived. As the sea churned, half of its body had already sunk into the sea in the blink of an eye. Huh? Is it trying to escape? Its speed is quite fast. It is worthy of being the top magical beast in the sea. Xiao Yin whispered in surprise. He wanted to turn around and get on the ship, but then he raised his eyebrows. The bramble sea lion's speed in the sea was extremely fast. If he could tame it and use it to pull the ship forward, wouldn't the speed of reaching their destination be reduced by a lot? With this thought, Xiao Yin suddenly grinned. He looked at the giant beast, whose back had just sunk into the sea, and its body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sea under the surprised gazes of the people on the ship. This guy, could it be that he wants to kill that bastard? That thing had tormented us quite a bit just now. It is understandable for him to have such thoughts. Everyone frowned as discussions rang out. At the same time, their hearts, which had been tense for an entire day, finally began to slowly relax. However, after a short while, the sea's surface, which had just calmed down, suddenly began to churn intensely. Soon after, the huge body of the bramble sea lion once again surged out from the sea. The faces of the people on the ship, who had yet to catch their breath, changed drastically. Everyone mobilized the little remaining do-chi in their bodies. Their eyes were alert as they looked at the giant beast that had appeared in front of them. However, at a certain moment, a sharp-eyed person in the crowd suddenly discovered that there was a black robed human figure standing on the head of the bramble sea lion. When everyone followed his gaze and looked over, sure enough, the human figure was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. As for the bramble sea lion at this moment, it did not show any signs of resistance under his feet. Although its huge body still gave people an infinite visual impact, the terrifying, bloodthirsty aura from before had completely disappeared. The people on the ship could not help but inexplicably think that the latter at this moment was like a well-behaved lion. What was going on? Xiao Yan gently stomped his feet while everyone was feeling surprised. The enormous beast under his feet immediately obediently sent him to the edge of the boat. Xiao Yan immediately boarded the boat in front of the cautious gazes of everyone on the boat. He immediately smiled and said, "Let's go. Everyone, for the rest of the journey, let this big guy pull the ship for us. I believe that with it pulling the ship, the time we take to reach our destination should be reduced by more than half." As soon as these words came out, everyone on the ship was shocked. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the giant beast in front of them. They did not dare to believe that this giant beast, which wanted to drag them to the bottom of the sea a moment ago, would actually become their labor at this moment. "Mister, it won't have any problems, right?" 2-9, Stardodi walked forward while supporting each other. They respectfully cupped their hands to Xiao Yan and then carefully asked. This was also the problem that everyone present was worried about. After all, the bramble sea lion was best at dragging its prey into the depths of the sea. If Xiao Yan's actions were to backfire and the bramble sea lion took advantage of it and dragged their ship into the sea, then the result would be unbearable for everyone on the ship. And for this point, Xiao Yan seemed to have expected it. Please rest assured that there will definitely be no problems." With a slight smile, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across everyone present. His face was full of a confident smile. Seeing the latter like this, most of the people on the ship hesitated for a moment before heavily nodding their heads in agreement. After all, the strength that Xiao Yan had previously displayed had already proven everything for him. His persuasiveness was undoubtedly stronger than the 2-9 star Do-D controlling the ship. Moreover, there were indeed many people in the crowd who were eager to give it a try. After all, they had never seen a magical beast in the sea pulling a ship. Now that they had the opportunity to experience it, how could they not be moved? As for those who were still worried, they also chose to nod their heads in affirmation after struggling for a while. Seeing everyone nod their heads, Xiao Yan immediately smiled with satisfaction. He turned around and ordered the giant beast behind him. The latter immediately twisted its body obediently and came to the front of the ship. It used its countless tentacles to pull the hull of the ship. Immediately, under the surprised gazes of the people on the ship was indeed pulled by the bramble sea lion and sailed towards the depths of the North Sea at an even faster speed. Chapter 1007. The Snake Island was the largest island in the North Sea that was close to the North Sea. It was a place that all practitioners had to pass through on their way to and from the North Sea. At the same time, it was also the location of a branch of Ryuzawa Square, which was the destination of Xiao Yan and the others. The Snake Island got its name from the shape of the island, which looked like a huge snake. There was also another saying, which was that there were countless dragon snakes on the upper level of the Snake Island that had fallen here. That was how it got its name. But no matter what, it did not affect the fame of the Snake Island in the North Sea. The entire island was circular, like a pagoda. Perhaps it was because of its name, but all the buildings on the island were arranged in a circle like a giant snake. Of course, it was also because of the terrain. On the other side, the ship was being led by the bramble sea lion. Its speed was naturally several times faster. The journey that would have taken 2 months was now under the lead of the bramble sea lion. In just 1 month, the people on the ship could already see the huge island on the horizon. This made the people on the ship very happy. At the same time, they were also surprised by the speed of the bramble sea lion. Other than this, everyone on the ship, including the two 9-star Do-D, felt admiration for Xiao Yin, who had caused all of this from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking young man would have such powerful strength? The two bramble sea lions were each comparable to a 9-star Do-D in the middle stage. Even so, in the hands of the former, they were defeated in just a short time. He easily killed one of the bramble sea lion and even used shocking methods to make the other one listen to his orders. Everyone on the ship knew that if it wasn't for the bramble sea lion leading the way, they wouldn't have been able to get here in such a short time. Along the way, because of the bramble sea lion, all the powerful sea beasts that they encountered along the way were scared away by the bramble sea lion before they could do anything. This was also thanks to Xiao Yin. Up until now, everyone on the ship, including the people who attacked Xiao Yin for the pills, were all in awe of him. This kind of awe wasn't just because he saved their lives. It came from the bottom of their hearts. It came from a respect they had for a truly powerful person. By noon, the ship had already arrived at the Snake Island. Looking at the island that was getting closer and closer, everyone on the ship had a joyful expression on their faces. Once they were here, they would be truly safe. They would no longer have to worry about any sudden attacks from the giant beasts in the ocean. However, when the ship was approaching the port of the island, the people near the port also noticed the ship that was quickly approaching them. At the same time, they also noticed the bramble sea lion that showed its head on the surface. That's the bramble sea lion. Not good. The sea beasts are coming. Damn it, those annoying guys haven't left yet. Why is this thing coming too? Everyone be careful. It's the bramble sea lion. Notify the guards around and send reinforcements. Before Xiao Yin and the others arrived, the atmosphere at the port was already tense. Loud shouts came one after another. Many figures quickly gathered at the port. Before the bramble sea lion got close to the shore, the strong people on the island had already used their Do skills and bombarded the bramble sea lion. What's going on? What's happening at the port? At the same time, on the deck of the ship, the people who noticed the intense energy wave in front of them immediately looked over. The people at the front were naturally the two 9-star Do-D. When everyone saw the situation in front of them, their faces immediately changed. They were so happy that they almost forgot that the bramble sea lion was in front of them. Now the people on the island must have thought that their ship was an empty ship. They thought that the bramble sea lion had found a cover for them and directly attacked them. This was going to be troublesome. Facing the bombardment that came from all directions, the bramble sea lion in the sea naturally couldn't just stand there and watch. Immediately, its huge body pounced forward. Immediately, a shocking wave swept forward. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a water wall that was hundreds of feet tall. It successfully blocked the attacks that came from the front. The remaining power continued to sweep forward without any decrease in power. Finally, the port that was set up on the shore was completely destroyed. What's going on? Why is the bramble sea lion angry? Suddenly, Xiao Yin, who was originally sitting cross-legged in his room, unknowingly appeared on the roof of his room. He frowned as he looked at the huge wave that destroyed the port. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with doubt. He had already communicated with this big guy. He would use 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills as a reward to get this guy to send them here. Moreover, because of him, the bramble sea lion shouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. But what was the situation now? Greetings to Senior Xiao Yin. Seeing Xiao Yin appear, everyone on the ship immediately bowed respectfully to him. Although the person in front of them was young, they didn't feel anything wrong when they bowed to him. As the saying goes, the one who reaches first becomes the teacher. The current Xiao Yin had the ability to make them call him senior. The two 9-star Do-D nodded gently. Soon after, the two 9-star Do-D swiftly explained everything that had happened in front of them. Oh, Coiling Snake Island. In other words, we have reached our destination, Xiao Yin softly muttered. After which, he once again frowned and turned his gaze to the front. The strong people on the island had once again used their Do-Chi, wanting to attack the bramble sea lion again. At this moment, the bramble sea lion had already accumulated its strength and was ready to send them another tsunami. Swoosh! Just as the bramble sea lion was about to attack, Xiao Yin suddenly appeared on top of its head. He gently stomped his feet, and the huge beast's movement also stopped. At the same time, the dou qi that came from the sky like rain did not have the slightest intention of stopping. It still carried a terrifying destructive force as it ruthlessly fell on Xiao Yin and the bramble sea lion below. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiao Yin waved his right arm. A light flashed in his palm, and the huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. He covered it with a heavenly flame and filled it with dou qi. After which, the moment those dou qi fell, the heavy Xian ruler suddenly swept across in front of Xiao Yin. Following which, a shocking white ruler glow shot out. With just one attack, it completely destroyed the countless dou qi. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The dou qi of all the dou di in front of the harbor were swept away by Xiao Yan's ruler. After which, without waiting for them to attack again, Xiao Yan's figure appeared on the coiling snake island like a ghost. He waved the huge ruler in his hand, and the invisible air was instantly crushed into an air cannonball. It shot out and caused the ground below to explode. After which, the gazes of the strong people at the harbor were attracted by this shocking attack. After which, they landed on the black-robed man in midair. All of you stop right now. Chapter 1008. Xiao Yan's figure stood in midair. His majestic voice gathered everyone's gaze. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the person in front of them, a human, would actually stop them from attacking the bramble sea lion. Why? At this time, the bramble sea lion pulled the ship and docked it on the shore. Then, a group of people jumped down from the ship and appeared in front of everyone on the island. What is going on? Everyone who saw this scene was surprised. Why was it that the boat behind the bramble sea lion was not empty? There were actually people on it. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was clear that they were very safe. While everyone on the island was feeling surprised, a couple of human figures within the crowd recognized the 2-9 Star Dou Di who had just descended from the ship. Deacon Xian and Deacon Zhou, why is it you? Shouldn't your boat arrive in 1.5 months? Why are you on this boat? For human figures swiftly flashed and stepped forward. They cupped their hands to the 2-9 Star Dou Di, after which they cried out in surprise and inquired. Even some of the gazes from the crowd behind were attracted by the words of these few people. The 2-9 Star Dou Di immediately recognized these people when they saw them. These 4 people were from the Dragon Pool Square. After which, the 2 of them smiled and told the 4 people in front of them about what had happened earlier and the reason why they had arrived here so quickly. Of course, their words did not contain any intention of hiding anything. Hence, the matter of Xiao Yin easily subduing the bramble sea lion and using it as labor fell into the ears of the people behind them without missing a single word. These words immediately stirred a great commotion in the crowd. Countless numbers of eyes that were filled with shock landed on Xiao Yan's body. This bramble sea lion's cultivation was at least that of an intermediate 9 Star Dou Di. Even though this was the case, it was still easily subdued by this black-robed young man in front of them. From this, one could tell just how great the latter's cultivation was. When everyone saw his young face, a storm was set off in their hearts, and the expressions on their faces also turned into a dumbfounded look. If the 2 deacons of Rendezvous Square did not personally explain it, in addition to seeing the bramble sea lion with their own eyes, it was likely that no one present would believe that such a powerful energy could erupt from the body of this skinny, black-robed young man. When the group of guests who had flown down from the ship behind Xiao Yin saw the expression on the faces of the crowd in front of them, their faces involuntarily revealed a mocking and prideful smile. Perhaps it was because their faces had once revealed such an expression, or perhaps it was because they had personally witnessed the matter. But when these people looked at the crowd on the shore, their eyes would carry an expression as though they were looking at country bumpkins. As for the inexplicable pride, it should be because they were fortunate to be able to enjoy the process of the sea beast pulling the boat. After all, according to their knowledge, although they did not dare to say that there had never been a sea beast pulling the boat, People at their level had never had the qualification to enjoy such a thing. Just this point of this trip to the Northern Sea was enough for them to remember for a long time. Ignoring the noisy crowd, Xiao Yan's body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Bramble Sea Lion. Now that they had arrived at their destination, the promise with the Bramble Sea Lion would naturally be fulfilled. Although he had forced the Bramble Sea Lion to pull the boat back then, the beast was unwilling to submit to Xiao Yan's powerful pressure. Therefore, Xiao Yan had no choice but to use 2-tier 4 medicinal pills as payment in exchange for a smooth trip. It must be said that with the Bramble Sea Lion leading the way, this trip had indeed exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. It could be said that with the Bramble Sea Lion leading the way, this trip had indeed exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Under the Bramble Sea Lion's impatient roar, Xiao Yan flipped his palm, and 2 perfectly round pills instantly fell into his hand. He waved his hand, and the big guy in front of him swallowed them in one gulp. After that, it let out 2 joyful cries, and its huge body slowly sank down. Finally, it disappeared from the Snake Island. Seeing this big fellow leave, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose for some unknown reason, after which he turned around and boarded the coiling Snake Island under the escort of everyone. Under the escort of the crowd, Xiao Yan walked on the street that led to the center of the Snake Island. Due to the terrain of the island, the street showed the scene of tens of thousands of stairs. At a glance, the winding stairs were endless, and at the end of one sight, there was a group of grand buildings. At the same time, it was also the highest point of the Snake Island, the most central area. Being surrounded by the crowd behind him, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness in his heart. The vast and mighty aura of this large group of people was like a group of robbers who had charged up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. Quite a number of shops in the streets were unable to endure it and closed their doors one after another wherever they passed. Even the passers-by on the street revealed frightened faces as they opened up a path for this group of people. Facing this, Xiao Yan could only helplessly smile bitterly in his heart. He shook his head, and only then did he turn his gaze to the 2-9 Stardew D who were still following him. Although the port of Izuwa Square was at the outer side of the island, due to the special nature of the island, the headquarters of Izuwa Square on the Snake Island was built at a high place. This allowed Xiao Yan to pass by. May I know if the 2 of you know the exact location of Beihai College in the Northern Sea? Hearing this, the 2 of them couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. It seemed that they were a little surprised by this. However, they immediately looked at Xiao Yan respectfully. After thinking for a moment, they cupped their hands together and smiled. "Elder, are you going to Beihai College?" Xiao Yan nodded, and the person in front of him immediately spoke again. From Elder's tone, you don't seem to be familiar with Beihai College. Why don't I introduce Beijing College to you before I tell you the exact location of Beijing College? How about it? Hearing this, Xiao Yan frowned. From the other party's tone, it seemed that he was very familiar with Beihai College. He couldn't help but ask, "Don't tell me that the 2 of you came from Beihai College." Haha, Elder must be joking. The 2 of us don't have the ability to enter. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the 2 of them shook their heads and sighed. From their eyes, it could be seen that even the 2 of them had a deep yearning for Beihai College. After laughing bitterly, the 2 of them collected their emotions. They lifted their gazes, looked to Xiao Yan, and asked with a smile, "May I know if Elder has heard of the 3 great heads of the Northern Sea?" Chapter 1009. The 3 great heads of the Northern Sea. Were they? Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he heard the words that were emitted from the person in front of him. A doubtful expression appeared on his face. He had just entered the Northern Sea and was unfamiliar with everything in the Northern Sea. Other than Beihai College, he did not know anything about any other factions. The 2 people beside him helplessly smiled when they saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. It turned out that the former did not know about any other factions other than Beihai College after coming to the vast Northern Sea. Elder, the so-called 3 great heads of the Northern Sea, are the 3 strongest factions in the Northern Sea. Beihai College is one of them. Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyebrows when these words were spoken. He did not expect Beihai College to have such a deterrent force. It was actually able to become one of the three great factions in the Northern Sea. However, Xiaoyan understood after thinking about it. Beihai College was single-handedly established by Haimachin. His cultivation was likely comparable to Guyu's. It was likely that no one in the entire northern region could match up to him. It was understandable for him to be able to bully the three great factions. Other than Beihai College, the other two great factions are the true overlords of the Northern Sea. They are also the two magical beast tribes that have existed for the longest time in the ocean. The Sea Shark tribe and the Sea Serpent tribe. In front of these two enormous creatures, the human factions are not even worth mentioning. The two great magical beast tribes have divided the entire sea into two parts. One half is controlled by the Sea Shark tribe, while the other half is controlled by the Sea Serpent tribe. Their territories coincidentally extend to the area around Snake Island. Hence, there are no members of these two tribes in the sea region that we came from. They are only doing this to maintain the balance of the sea. Otherwise, if their factions continue to expand endlessly, other than these two great magical beast tribes, it is likely that no other magical beast will exist in the entire sea. However, Beihai College is at the intersection of the territories of these two magical beast tribes. If we want to travel from Snake Island to Beihai College, we will need another month of travel. Deacon Xian and Deacon Zhou involuntarily paused their bodies when they spoke until this point. They spoke respectfully to Xiao Yan in an apologetic manner. Due to the fact that the sea region after this is more dangerous, Ryuzawa Square will not send any ships into the deep sea. Please forgive us for this. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand. With a flick of his sleeves, he lifted the two people who were bent over. This is your responsibility. There is nothing to apologize for. Moreover, I'm very thankful that you two. There are many experts within the two great magical beast clans, and there are even a few origin transformation experts. Senior, you must be extremely cautious in your journey. Thank you for the information. Xiaoyan clasped his hands and nodded to express his gratitude. Deacon Xian then took out a scroll from his storage ring. It was a detailed map of the North Sea. After taking the map, Xiaoyan did not have time to look at it. He put it into his storage ring. When he turned around to look, he realized that they had already arrived at the top of Snake Island. From his current position, he was able to see over half of the coiling Snake Island at a glance. He was even able to see the huge sea region where they had come from. The endless sea caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily sigh. Just now, Qin Er and Zhou Er had said that the sea in front of him at this moment was left for the other magical beasts in the sea to live in by the two magical beast clans. From this, it could be imagined that the two magical beast clans occupied an enormous amount of marine resources. And all of this was because of the difference in strength between them. Even so, if one were to think about it from a different perspective, one would realize that even though the two magical beast clans could be said to be overbearing, they at least left enough space for the other creatures in the ocean to survive. In other words, if it were humans, when a clan continued to expand endlessly, how could they give other forces the chance to grow wantonly? Dang, dang, dang. However, right at that moment, from the highest point of the Snake Island, a series of urgent bell ringing sounds suddenly came. It was not hard to hear that kind of urgency and urgency. Something must have happened on the island. What happened? What does that bell sound mean? Xiaoyan frowned and involuntarily asked. Almost at the same time, the expressions of everyone behind him, and even everyone on the island, changed drastically. All the strong people who were at least a Dodi flashed and appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the coiling Snake Island was covered by a countless number of human figures. Not good. The snakes are here. Deacon Xian, who was beside him, quickly explained to Xiao Yan. The snake horde was actually a beast horde in some sense. This beast horde was formed by the warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe. All the warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe who participated in the beast horde were above the Dodi level. They were extremely powerful. The meaning of the existence of this beast tide was a tradition within the Sea Serpent clan. It was to select true warriors from the countless sea serpents and join a special force within the Sea Serpent clan to protect the Sea Serpent clan. The first condition to select this kind of warrior was to kill 10 D level warriors. In the ancient times, this kind of selection was usually only held within their own tribe. The battlefield was also the Snake Island. However, because of the intervention of humans, the Snake Island no longer belonged to them. Therefore, the rules of the selection of warriors had a small change. It was transferred from the tribe to the human warriors. The battlefield was still the same. The warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe who participated in this kind of selection were usually at the bottom of the tribe. Their status was lower. Their purpose of participating in the selection was to change their status in the tribe. Also, because the number of warriors in the selection was limited, these guys were usually very cruel. They would choose to fight in the craziest way from the beginning in order to complete the selection as quickly as possible. Although this process might cost them their lives, they were still very passionate about it. This was because these fellows clearly understood that if they couldn't complete the selection, they would forever be at the bottom of the hierarchy. The division of status made them value their own status. In order to be able to sit at the top, these fellows would not hesitate even if they had to risk their lives. Chapter 10:10. Hearing what the two said, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel shocked. The Sea Serpent race was crazy. In order to pick out the best warriors, they didn't even care about the lives of their people. Of course, this might have something to do with the number of their own race. The huge number of people forced the Sea Serpent race to use such extreme methods to control the number of their people. Other than that, it might also be because of the nature of the demon beasts to fight. On this point, it was said that even the Sea Shark race was the same. Of course, the difference was that they wouldn't choose to kill each other, and they wouldn't attack humans so easily. Just as the few of them were talking, they looked up. Other than the countless human warriors in the sky, there was also a huge amount of powerful aura in the northern sky. It was quickly approaching them. The Snake Island that was originally under the clear sky was now covered in a layer of haze. The powerful aura was quickly approaching the Snake Island like an avalanche. It only stopped when it reached the sky above the island. Everyone on the island raised their eyes at this moment and focused their gazes. The muscles on their faces involuntarily trembled as their gazes swiftly turned dark. A grave expression surfaced on the faces of everyone in the sky above the island. At this moment, a large group of people with human bodies and snake tails were high up in the sky. Their scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and battle intent as they stared at all the humans on the island below. The flames of war were spreading rapidly in their hearts. The crazy killing intent caused them to constantly scan the humans below, choosing their prey. Damn it! These half-human, half-beast bastards. They are actually picking us as prey. Quite a number of people immediately emitted a reprimand when they noticed those unknown gazes. Even Xiao Yan felt a little unnatural when those gazes swept over him. At this moment, the bell ringing from the highest point of the Snake Island finally stopped. Then, 3 silhouettes flashed out from the buildings and hovered in the air. Their sharp eyes stared straight at the group of dragon men across them. After 3 years, Blood Commander, we meet again. A voice filled with authority came from a black-haired, middle-aged man among the 3. Along with it, there was also an extremely powerful aura coming from his body. An extremely powerful aura gushed out from the middle-aged man's body. When the countless clansmen of the Sea Serpent clan felt this aura, they couldn't help but retreat. Their faces were filled with fear. Immediately after, another powerful aura swept out from the clansmen of the Sea Serpent clan and blocked the middle-aged man's aura. 2 origin transformation experts. Sensing the strength of these 2 auras, Xiao Yan, who was standing on the street below, could not help but raise his eyebrows. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. His heart was extremely shocked. The Northern Sea was truly a place of power. He had just arrived here today, and he had already seen 2 origin transformation experts. It was hard to imagine what it would be like in the depths of the Northern Sea. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out from the crowd of the Sea Serpent race. Afterward, A burly man slowly walked out with heavy steps. Unlike the other members of the sea serpent race, although his appearance was similar to theirs, the snake tail on his lower body had already transformed into a pair of legs. This was a rule of the sea serpent race. All experts below the origin transformation realm were required to keep their snake tails. Wang Ziyuan, it's been 3 years. I didn't think that your cultivation hasn't increased at all. Have I overestimated you? There was a hint of mockery in his cold laughter. When he spoke again, the already tyrannical aura within the burly man's body actually increased a little. It was several times stronger than before. At the same time, Wang Ziyuan also frowned and let out a low snort from his nose. Then, he blocked the aura and even overpowered it. Commander Shui. Although that's the case, it seems that your cultivation hasn't surpassed mine. So, for now, I suggest that you put away your arrogance. A faint laughter rang out. Wang Ziyuan curled his lips and smiled, causing the latter's face to immediately darken. Wang Ziyuan, I like to see how many more years you can last with your cultivation at the late origin transformation realm. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will personally kill you on this coiling snake island. I'll be waiting. Wang Ziyuan clasped his hands together heavily. His firm voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the surroundings, causing the experts on the island below to cheer. However, no one noticed that when Wang Ziyuan said those words, cold sweat dripped down from his temples. Right, it's just as this fellow before me said. If my cultivation doesn't advance in the slightest, then I'm afraid I won't have to wait for another few years before I won't be able to hold on when the next beast tide comes. As a result, he needed to increase his cultivation before that. Even if he did not reach returnance, just reaching the peak of the late origin transformation realm would be enough for him to easily deal with this guy before him. You brats. Today, this will be the battlefield for your trial. Whoever can kill 10 human Do-D will have the right to enter the Yuan estate. There will only be 100 spots. As a result, begin your hunt now. The moment the commander yelled out, the countless sea serpents behind him crazily cried out and charged toward the coiling snake island below. They formed a black mass that looked like dark clouds descending from the sky. It was extremely shocking. Sky-shaking shouts sounded like roaring thunders. Surging warrior energies rose from the surface of the bodies of these sea flood dragons. Different colored thunderbolts formed in this world, striking down fiercely towards the island below. Boom, boom. Almost at the same time, all the human experts on the island charged upward. Only Xiao Yin and the people beside him, as well as Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui in the sky, did not move at all. Senior, let's go. The people beside Xiao Yin respectfully clasped their hands at him before charging into the sky. Only Xiao Yin remained where he was. He glanced at them indifferently. When Xiao Yin returned to his senses, he suddenly felt a murderous gaze land on him. Before he could focus, the owner of the presence had already appeared before him. 2 hands were bent into claws as they viciously swiped toward Xiao Yan's throat. Chapter 1011. Clang! Sparks shot out as the 2 claws violently cut across Xiao Yan's throat one after another. However, only a few sparks were emitted during the process. Even Xiao Yan's standing body did not move even a little. What? The appearance of this scene also caused the powerhouse from the Sea Serpent clan to be greatly shocked. He did not expect that with his strength, he would still be unable to hurt a mere human's physical body. How is this possible? Our Sea Serpent clan's physical strength is naturally stronger than other clans. How is it possible that we can't even hurt a human? This is impossible. On top of being shocked, this person also widened his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked over. Soon after, he clearly saw that Xiao Yan's exposed throat was covered with numerous purple-gold strange scales. The attack from a former earlier had been blocked by these scales. This is... Suddenly, the strong man from the Sea Serpent clan had a drastic change in expression. He was shocked. Could it be that the person in front of him was also from the Magic Beast clan? However, before he could raise his head, Xiao Yin suddenly waved his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Then, with a bang, his fist landed heavily on the former's face. The dull sound of the collision was mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The former only felt that his entire soul was shaking violently. Then, when he fell to the ground, he had already fainted. After finishing off the person in front of him with a punch, Xiao Yin raised his head and looked over. However, he couldn't help but frown the next moment. Although he had finished off one of them, there were still countless sea serpents rushing towards him in the sky. There were countless existences that were even stronger than the former, and their numbers were terrifyingly huge. A battle that couldn't be avoided was rushing towards Xiao Yin. Looking at the current situation, if he couldn't finish off all the sea serpent clan in the sky, he wouldn't be able to leave the Snake Island easily. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but sink. He had originally wanted to go to Beihai College, but he didn't expect to encounter so many obstacles along the way. There were always some troubles that constantly blocked his path. This also caused his originally calm heart to have a sense of irritation. Now, if he wanted to leave this place, he could only finish off the Sea Serpent clan first. Xiao Yan deeply inhaled a breath of icy cold air and tried his best to calm his heart. After which, his gaze swiftly swept across the sky and immediately chose a strong Sea Clan person who was closer to him. His hands were instantly clenched into fists. His body shook, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of that person. Following which, under the latter's shocked eyes, a fist violently smashed into his abdomen. The powerful strength caused the latter to lose all of his combat power in an instant. The consciousness in his mind quickly dissipated. Then, like a corpse, he fell heavily to the ground. The fastest way to end this battle wasn't to kill endlessly. Xiao Yan's goal was only to make the Sea Clan lose their combat power. After all, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the powerful clans in the ocean. That would only bring him more trouble. After a dozen punches, more than 10 strong men from the Sea Clan had lost their combat power. However, when Xiao Yan raised his head, the black mass of the Sea Clan army in the sky still sent chills down his spine. Xiao Yan's face became gloomy because of this. With so many opponents, even if he punched one person, he didn't know how long it would take. At this time, under the siege of the Sea Clan, some of the human experts on the island were gradually showing signs of defeat. Some of the weaker human experts even began to die in the hands of the Sea Clan one after another. According to the current situation, if the battle continued to drag on, the only way to end this chaotic battle was to sacrifice the lives of the human powerhouses. Once the 100 Sea Clan warriors were selected, this chaotic battle would naturally come to an end. However, Xiao Yin couldn't wait until then. He was already impatient with Beihai College and Hai Machin. These fellows in front of him would only wear away the little bit of patience he had left. Xiao Yin inhaled a deep breath of air as he stood in the empty air. Both of his eyes were gently shut. A vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately spread from between his brows. Soon, it covered the entire battleground. Sensing the strength of this soul power, even Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui in the sky couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the latter. Immediately after, Xiao Yan slowly raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. With a poof, a white flame rose from his palm. That's heavenly flame? Immediately after, Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui's faces suddenly changed. Both of their eyes couldn't help but be shocked. However, the scene that followed made their hearts even more shocked. Buzz! Following Xiao Yan's thought, the white flame that rose from his palm immediately twisted and trembled. Immediately after, a circle of white flame wave swept out in all directions in the sky, with Xiao Yan as the center. Facing this circle of seemingly ordinary flame wave, almost everyone present chose to ignore it. As elite Do Di with Do Qi protecting their bodies, what could a mere circle of flame do to them? However, when this circle of seemingly ordinary flames came into contact with the bodies of the Sea Tribe warriors, it began to burn fiercely as if it had come into contact with dry wood. The Do Qi on the surface of their bodies, which was used for defense, had instead become the fuel for the flames. Amidst a wave of exclamations, Everyone present saw a strange scene. When the white flame that shrouded the bodies of those people gradually disappeared, what appeared in front of everyone were human figures that were sealed in ice. Without exception, those people were all experts from the Sea Clan. Why? The appearance of this scene immediately caused a huge commotion on the Snake Island. Everyone on the island gasped. Next, all the Sea Race warriors backed off in fear. Facing this strange scene, even the crazy battle intent in their hearts could not support them to take another step forward. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, this was really too strange. It was so strange that it was scary. Seeing the people from the same clan turn into ice sculptures under the flame, it was likely that no one could endure this kind of thing. In the blink of an eye, almost half of the experts from the Sea Serpent clan were sealed in ice. As for the rest, they all retreated from the Snake Island with fear in their hearts. The atmosphere on the island had unknowingly become quiet. This kind of silence made people feel a sense of terror. After that, Xiao Yin, who was under everyone's gaze, finally slowly opened his eyes. His eyes coldly swept across the Sea Clan members who had retreated from the Snake Island. An extremely cold voice slowly spat out from his mouth. If anyone dares to take another step forward, they will end up like these people. The cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. It was also like an invisible heavy hammer that pounded on everyone's hearts. Looking at the Sea Clan experts who were sealed in ice, although they could feel a trace of life from them, the strange scene from before had already caused these people to lose all their battle intent. All that was left was endless fear. Such a strange battle method was something that they had never seen before in their lives. Seeing his own clan members' fearful faces, Commander Shue's face instantly turned gloomy. Regarding Xiaoyan's method, others might not know, but he and Wang Ziyuan were very clear about it. He was just borrowing the advantage of the heavenly flame. If his clan members all rushed forward, even if the latter had the help of the heavenly flame, he wouldn't be able to fight against 100. At this moment, the reason why he was able to intimidate the crowd was because he was borrowing the fear in these people's hearts towards unknown things. After all, the latter's method was indeed strange in the eyes of ordinary people. A bunch of trash. He is just borrowing the heavenly flame to scare you, but you don't dare to go forward. With such a mentality, what right do you have to enter the Yuan Mansion? After scolding their own tribe members, the originally cowering Sea Tribe people immediately began to move. The desire to fight that had been hidden in many people's eyes once again appeared. With a furious roar, they charged toward Xiao Yin, who was in the sky above the coiling Snake Island. Buzz! However, the final result was the same as those people before. A strange scene appeared once again. The dozens of people who had charged forward were once again strangely sealed in ice. The continuous attacks completely extinguished the flame that had just been ignited in the hearts of the Sea Tribe people behind. No matter how Commander Shui angrily rebuked, there was no more movement this time. Damn it, kid, I'll take care of you first. Commander Shue's heart immediately became furious when his clan member revealed such an appearance. He turned around, and a pair of icy cold eyes immediately landed on Xiaoyan's body. He was about to attack. Commander Shui, if you want to attack the people on this island, you should ask me first. At this moment, Wang Ziyuan was one step faster. His body flashed, and he was already in front of Commander Shui. Wang Ziyuan, you want to stop me? Do you think I can't do it? Wang Ziyuan smiled faintly. There was some confidence in his smile. You want to fight with me now? Commander Shue's face became completely gloomy. There was already a trace of murderous intent in his words. However, even so, Wang Ziyuan still pursed his lips and smiled, saying, Commander Shui, you don't have to put on airs with me. Your cultivation has indeed improved over the years. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me. I can't deny this. However, as of now, you're still not my opponent. Hearing this, Commander Shue's face suddenly revealed a fierce expression. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained. He waved his right arm that was full of muscles fiercely and attacked Wang Ziyuan, who was in front of him. Bang! However, accompanied by a muffled sound, Wang Ziyuan relied on his own cultivation to forcefully block Commander Shue's punch with one hand. Immediately, his arm shook and Do Qi poured out, causing Commander Shue to retreat half a step. How is it? Do you still plan to attack? Wang Ziyuan slowly withdrew his palm that had collided with Commander Shue. His entire palm had turned completely red, and there was a slight tremble. The two of them had been chasing each other for many years, causing the difference in cultivation between Commander Shue and him to no longer be obvious. As a member of the Sea Serpent tribe, the former had a natural advantage. In terms of strength, he was far superior to ordinary opponents of the same level. Now, even Wang Ziyuan did not have much confidence in fighting him. At this moment, what he relied on was the difference in temperament between the two of them. Wang Ziyuan, buzz! Just as a shocking roar was emitted from Commander Shue's mouth, a powerful aura once again swept out from within Wang Ziyuan's body. The crazy, killing intent that surfaced in the latter's eyes also swiftly disappeared like floodwaters at this moment. If you wish to attack, I am happy to accompany you. A calm voice was once again spat out from Wang Ziyuan's mouth. However, Commander Shue's face twitched. His gaze repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiao Yin and the tribe members behind him. He was struggling in his heart. If the selection ended like this, he would definitely be reprimanded by his superiors when he returned. However, as of now, the selection could not continue. If he were to go overboard and force these fellows to attack, it was likely that it would cause them to be even more terrified in their hearts. The harm this would bring would only be greater. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ziyuan in front of him quietly withdrew the aura that he had released. The corners of his mouth contained a slight smile. With his understanding of Wang Ziyuan over the years, he could already imagine the outcome of this matter. Indeed, 15 minutes later, humph! Wang Ziyuan, there will definitely be an end between you and me. As for you, his extremely cold gaze swept across Wang Ziyuan's body. After that, Commander Shue's gaze once again fell on Xiao Yan. Human brat, I will remember today's debt. If I meet you again in the future, be careful of your life. Let's go. After leaving behind a ruthless sentence, Commander Shue turned around with a heart full of anger. He led the group of Sea clan members behind him in the direction that they came from and walked unwillingly in the direction that they came from. Wait a minute. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yin suddenly spoke. In the eyes of everyone on the island, including Wang Ziyuan, he stopped Commander Shue. What else do you want to do? His dark and cold eyes landed on Xiao Yan's body the moment he turned around. The latter merely smiled faintly and ignored him. After which, he said, "Don't worry. Commander Shue, you seem to have forgotten about them." As he spoke, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. The frozen Sea clan members and those who had fainted on the island below immediately turned into streaks of flowing light. They swarmed forward and viciously smashed towards Commander Shue. Ew. The corners of Commander Shue's mouth twitched. He felt extremely helpless in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, a tremendous amount of Genesis Qi suddenly swept outwards. After shattering the ice with one blow, he finally caught the Sea clan members one by one. Then he viciously threw these people who had completely fainted into the group of Sea clan members behind him. It was unknown who he was cursing at, but with a wave of his sleeve, he flew towards the depths of the North Sea with a butt full of dust. Chapter 10:12. The two words came out of his mouth without the slightest bit of modesty. Instantly, Shui Miao was like a superstar on the stage, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the square. All of their gazes were filled with admiration and passion. The man in front of them was simply a legendary figure to them. However, the latter was now standing upright in front of them. This immediately stirred up the emotions of countless people in the square, especially the girls. They could not help but scream out loud. When all the men looked at Shui Miao, their eyes were filled with a blazing flame and some hostility. All the girls had faces filled with admiration and desire. From time to time, they would fantasize about something in their minds. Even most of the teachers were looking at Shui Miao with faces filled with amazement. In a certain pavilion within the academy, a few old men in the robes of the academy's elders were standing before the window at this moment. Their deep eyes were focused on Shui Miao, who had appeared on the square at this moment, and their hearts were filled with slight anticipation. This kid has been in seclusion for a few years. He's finally come out. I wonder what his cultivation is like. He's probably about to reach the origin transformation realm. The principal valued him greatly back then. His future will definitely be limitless. The origin transformation realm is only the beginning. Hee, you guys, don't always look at your own people. Haven't you noticed that there's something different about that black-robed kid? The old men stared at Shui Miao as they constantly sighed in amazement. Only when someone noticed Xiao Yin did they look over as well. The black robes that the kid is wearing seem to be the power of the ways? This kid isn't simple either. Another genius. And from the looks of it, there's definitely going to be a battle between two dragons. As they eyed Xiao Yan on the open ground, the mouths of all the elders could not help but click their tongues and exclaim in amazement. At the same time, those pairs of deep old eyes also revealed some anticipation. A battle between the geniuses of the younger generation was definitely going to be a good show. Moreover, such a duel wasn't just a good show for them. It was also an opportunity for the students of the academy to grow. In just a few moments, the square at the top of the mountain was surrounded by people. The appearance of Shui Miao had alarmed the entire Beihai College. All the students on the mountain swiftly gathered towards the top of the mountain. Numerous figures were like meteors flying in the sky as they swiftly rushed to the top of the mountain. Their gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Shui Miao, who was surrounded by a large crowd. You said earlier that you're here to look for the dean? Shui Miao narrowed his eyes and sized up Xiao Yan, as if he was scrutinizing something. Only then did he speak slowly. I'm Xiao Yan. I'm here to look for the dean of Beihai College, Haimachin. Xiao Yan cupped his hands and said with a smile, Do you think you can meet the dean just because you want to? I have to see him today. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was tense, and the invisible void started to distort for no reason. It was Shui Miao's first time meeting Xiao Yan. However, he seemed to hold a grudge against the person in front of him, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Both of their eyes were sharp, and there was a fierce glint in the depths of their eyes. Flames filled Xiao Yan's eyes, but in Shui Miao's eyes, there was only a deep blue sea. After a short confrontation, the two of them were evenly matched. Sure, I know where the dean is, and I can help you meet him. However, before that, you have to get through me first. Shui Miao looked deeply at Xiao Yan. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke with great interest. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Shui Miao to say such words to someone the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge him. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile in response to Shui Miao's straightforward words. He had already noticed this the moment he saw the latter. The latter's appearance did not seem to be a coincidence. Even the way Shui Miao looked at him was different. It seemed that Haimachin already knew of his arrival. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile when he thought until this point. Putting it this way, Haimachin should be in this academy. Moreover, it was very likely that the latter was currently staring at him. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily became absent-minded as this thought flashed across his heart. He looked all around him. There were many pavilions built all over this vast mountain peak. However, he could not think of any place where Haimachin was. It was only when Xiao Yan's gaze returned to the magnificent statue in front of him that he seemed to have thought of something. Those floating stone platforms. Then, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his gaze and looked at the top of the statue. It was hidden in the clouds, and the people in the college could not see it at all. However, if one looked down from there, they would be able to see the entire Beihai College. If Haimachin was looking at him at this moment and was not in one of the lofts, then the only possibility was that he was at the top of the statue. Xiao Yan's eyes, which were filled with flames, penetrated through the cloud layer. It appeared that he wanted to clearly see the sky above him. However, Shui Miao, who was in front of him, quickly swept her gaze around. Her sharp gaze forced Xiao Yin to withdraw his gaze. Humph! With a satisfied smile, Shui Miao's action confirmed Xiao Yan's conjecture. Hey, this guy seems to have found you here. At the same time, at the top of the statue, the black-robed man could not help but exclaim in surprise. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Hai Machin with interest. At this moment, the latter also had a smile on his face and nodded in gratification. Next, let's see how strong he is. At the same time, Xiao Yin and Shui Miao on the square looked at each other again. Xiao Yin smiled and imitated Shui Miao to size him up. Then he said in a flat tone, "How do you want to compete? Simple. Let's make it quick. If you can beat me within 100 rounds, I will tell you where the dean is. If you can't beat me, then leave Beihai College and never come back." Okay. In the face of Shui Miao's powerful words, Xiao Yin did not show any weakness. It was just one word, but it seemed to contain some kind of power, which set off an invisible storm in the square. The atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. The surrounding students quickly retreated under the instruction of the tutors, leaving more than half of the square for the two who were already at daggers drawn. "I am Shui Miao from Beihai College." The two stood in the square. Shui Miao cupped his fist to Xiao Yin and spoke slowly in a clear voice. Xiao Yin imitated the former's tone and reported his name. "I am Xiao Yin."